Welcome. Thank you for your presence today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kathy Wu, and it is my honor to serve as the Master of Ceremony for today's event. 30 years marks an important milestone that connects our past achievements with the future ahead. From technical cooperation, leading and investment, international education and training, to humanitarian assistance and the cultivation of global partnerships, Taiwan ICDF has consistently remained at the forefront of international development cooperation, working hand in hand with partners around the world. Now, let us watch a video looking back on Taiwan ICDF's 30-year journey and highlighting the achievements we have made together with our partners in building a more sustainable future. Please enjoy the video.
"过去，台湾曾经接受国际的援助，台湾改变了自己的命运。我们也将希望带到世界需要的地方。从1959年开始，我们把握每次回馈国际的机会。1996年，李登辉前总统任内，国合会成立，开启了台湾专业援外的新时代。30年来，在无数先行者的共同努力下，台湾从受援助者转变为引领全球科技发展、促进国际合作的重要力量。从农业技术、医疗服务到半导体、人工智慧、永续治理，国合会持续将台湾的专业带向全世界。
我们不只是给鱼，也不只是教钓鱼，而是要和世界一起养鱼，把龙邦政策和8大旗舰计划真正落实在国际合作发展的工作中。
过去2年，国合会推动组织改造、财务改革，积极建立国际官方发展伙伴关系，深化与多边开发银行合作，扩大合作区域，并与友邦巴拉圭共同推动全球南方第1座人工智慧算力与资料中心。我们持续投资人才、科技与制度，不只是为今天创造价值，更是在为明天创造可能。
El ICDF ha sido un aliado para el desarrollo del Paraguay, un brazo ejecutor del compromiso que tiene Taiwán con la formación, el desarrollo y la visión de crecimiento que compartimos. El ICDF, con su experiencia en formación de talento, cumple un rol fundamental.
感谢台湾 ICDF 将水晶培养我的专业能力，并回到自己的国家贡献所学。
We have together driven socioeconomic growth and enhanced resilience across Central America.
Here at EBRD, we very much value our cooperation and look forward to extending that further in the future.
We are grateful for our trusted partnership and your commitment to serving the most vulnerable.
在当替代役的期间，学习到整个全球卫生医疗体系是一体的哈，那也为我后续的工作奠定了整个方向。
在那边2年生活，好像成为我的第2家乡，然后开启了后面整个职涯生涯的不同。
Thank you ICTF for changing my life. I'm so grateful that I named my daughter Taiwan. Thank you, Taiwan.
台湾 ICDF se ha consolidado en un aliado estratégico para la modernización del Estado.
Your technical vision not only provide expertise, but have become part of our community.
This milestone reflects the strong and enduring partnership between Eswatini and Taiwan.
We look forward to many more years and decades of innovation, friendship, and making a global impact.
台湾最值得与世界分享的，不只是科技实力，而是一种包容性的韧性发展经验，一种面对冲击、适应变局与持续创新的能力，更是在不确定的世界中依然保有选择的能力。国合会发展合作的目的，不只是解决问题，更是帮助更多人把潜力转化为能力，把能力转化为选择，并以选择创造未来。
让台湾呢，不只是世界的台湾，而且是台湾世界好。
台湾是世界的一股良善力量。我期许国合会继续发挥台湾的各项优势，将台湾 Can Help 台湾能帮忙的精神，化为更多造福世界的行动。国合会30周年，生日快乐！
Happy birthday, Taiwan ICDF.
Happy birthday, ICDF.
Feliz cumpleaños, ICDF.
Happy birthday, Taiwan ICDF.
Thank you for taking the time to watch this meaningful video with us. In the video we have just watched, we not only witnessed Taiwan ICDF's 30-year journey, but also saw how Taiwan has, step by step, transformed its own development experience into a force shared with the world. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join me in giving a warm round of applause to welcome His Excellency Dr. Lin Jialong, Chairman of Taiwan ICDF, to deliver the opening remarks. Welcome.
Good morning， 早安，国合会生日快乐 ，Happy birthday to ICDF。我们今天的贵宾，马绍尔共和国外长，还有各国的代表，各驻台的使节，以及多边、双边发展援助机构。 国际智库代表、各部会的代表，还有各工协会、各合作机构的代表，以及我看到我们前外交部长有3位，我们依系的话应该是黄志芳部长，您都是简佑新部长，好兼我们国合会我想董事长黄志芳部长、林永乐部长，以及几位国合会的前秘书长。 还有各位国合会的前辈、董监事、咨询委员，以及媒体朋友，还有国合会的同仁伙伴们，各位贵宾、各位女士、先生，大家早安。那今天呢，我是怀着无比感恩与荣耀的心情，与各位贵宾共同来见证国合会成立30周年。值得一提的是， 今年也适逢台湾总统直选30周年，这2个30年代表台湾的民主化与国际合作相互辉映、共同前行的历程。 当然，今年也是美国独立纪念日，建国250周年，一起来同庆。因为国合会也受到美国过去的援助，我们把这个化为来援助全世界的一个力量。国合会的成立，象征台湾援外工作走向专业化与制度化。那30年来，我们透过一项又一项的国际合作计划，与世界分享资源，共同成长，也将民主、自由、人权等价值转化为一项又一项的具体的行动。那我要特别向历任国合会董事长、秘书长以及所有曾经在艰困环境中奉献青春、挥汗耕耘的驻外同仁，表达最深的敬意与谢意。那也要感谢一路与国合会并肩合作的各国政府、国际组织、NGO、智库、工协会、医院、学校以及所有国内外的伙伴。正因为有大家常年的投入与无私奉献，才有今天这些丰硕的成果。今天我们齐聚一堂，不只是回顾国合会30年的历史，更是在共同见证台湾民主30年所展现的活力以及对世界的贡献。今天的台湾以半导体与 AI 人工智慧闻名世界，然而这座岛屿过去也曾接受援助，是受援国。在台湾的发展历程中，国际援助一直扮演非常重要的角色。许多跟我同辈的朋友，至今仍然记得小时候那间印着中美合作字样、用面粉袋制成的面粉库。去年我与 AIT 古立言处长一同参观战后台美关系回顾展，再次回顾那段克难却充满希望的岁月。台湾人常说“假人一靠，海人一道”，这句话呢，象征着我们懂以感恩的心情回馈世界。更重要的是，今天全球共同面对的气候变迁、AI 人工智慧发展、公共卫生以及供应链重组等多重的挑战，这些议题包括台湾在内，没有任何一个国家可以单独应对。在国际合作的过程中，当台湾看见伙伴国家的需求，其实也映照出台湾与世界必须一起面对的挑战。所以我们期待与伙伴一起努力，一起成长。这样的精神形塑出台湾在国际合作上独特而珍贵的模式，这就是台湾模式。台湾模式建立在4个关键的支柱之上。第一是能力建构 （capacity building）。我们不只提供资金，更毫无保留地分享经验，培育在地人才，协助伙伴建立自主发展的能力，实现真正的永续发展。第二是社会赋权 （social empowerment）。我们走入社群，提升公民社会与弱势群体的力量，让发展成果由下而上普及到每一个人。第三是智慧解方 （smart solution）。面对 AI 时代的来临，我们将台湾的科技实力转为公共利益，依照伙伴国家的实际需求，量身打造精准、高效而且符合在地需求的各种智慧解决方案。最后是共创繁荣 （shared prosperity）。我们追求与伙伴国家互利互惠的合作关系，期待彼此的并肩同行，共享成长与繁荣的果实。简而言之，台湾模式不是单纯给予， 也不只是教人捕鱼，而是要与伙伴国家一起养鱼。那么，我们将以总和外交来实践龙邦计划。为了实践台湾模式，国合会也透过总和外交以及龙邦计划，借由跨部会的协作、民间参与、专业援助机制，整合台湾整体的国力，在国际合作上逐步从输出型协助转型为伙伴型合作。我这里也看到几位部长，包括我们农业部陈部长等，包括我之前跟卫福部长也一起到日内瓦。我们的跨部会的合作其实才能够让国合会除了外交之外，能够有不管是农业外交医疗外交等的一个推动跟实现。那么，例如呢，我们将台湾最具竞争力的半导体产业转化为国际合作的重要旗舰计划，携手国内顶尖大学，协助友邦培育半导体人才。在巴拉圭、史瓦蒂尼以及索马利兰等国，我们推动智慧医疗、可信赖网络与数位治理，提升人民健康福祉与政府治理效能。那30年来，国合会在国际合作上的成果丰硕。然而，为了让国合会更有能力服务合作伙伴，改革的脚步也不曾停歇。首先，我们落实公私协力精神，携手国内优秀的工协会与企业伙伴，共同组成 Team of Teams 协作联队，以跨域整合提升服务能量。我在这里也看到，包括萧新煌董事长，还有我们吴运东这个理事长等还有李安妮董事长等我看下去都是跟大家并肩作战的画面。感谢有你一起让国合会能够实现它的目标。那么接下来呢，我们也会将海外技术团升级为驻地办公室，让团队更具独立营运与快速应变能力，深化与伙伴国家的合作。同时，在赖清德总统与卓荣泰院长的支持下，国合会也将强化财务结构，逐步将过去以援助为主，转型为援助与投资并重的新模式。当然要感谢立法委员，希望预算没有把我们删减，让我们可以做更多的事情。那我相信这个我们持续深化与伙伴国家、国际组织，还有国际非政府组织的合作，提升服务的广度与深度。例如，我们与美洲开发银行合作，在贝里斯及巴拉圭推动妇女赋权计划，在欧洲也与理念相近国家及人道援助组织共同投入乌克兰的人道援助及重建工作。这些成果让台湾成为世界良善力量的形象日益鲜明，也持续为台湾外交拓展更宽广的空间。展望未来，我们希望让台湾 can help， 我们的 partners can lead。那么，我们还记得这个去年我在出访史瓦蒂尼的时候，有遇到一位计划受益的母亲，她因为感念台湾的协助，将自己的女儿取名为台湾。当然，我后来也将我们认养的一只犀牛取名为 Formosa。那总之，我相信这一份令人感动的情谊，早已超越传统外交的层次。它是人与人之间建立起的信任与希望，也是台湾在外交工作中落实人本精神最温暖的展现。30周年是一个里程碑，更是一个新的起点。我们期许国合会在黄玉玲秘书长的带领之下，能够继续秉持伙伴共荣、专业韧性的精神，实践台湾 can help, partners can lead 的理念， 持续深化与各国的伙伴关系。30年前，台湾的民主发展孕育国合会的诞生。30年后，国合会也承载着台湾良善的力量走向世界，让世界因为台湾而更有韧性，更加繁荣，让世界因为台湾变得更为美好。谢谢大家，也祝福各位，谢谢。
Thank you, Chairman Lin, for your inspiring remarks and for sharing Taiwan ICDF's vision for the future. We will now invite distinguished guests of the Taiwan ICDF's valued international partners to share their remarks. May I invite Honorable Kalani Kaneko, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Republic of the Marshall Islands, to the stage to deliver his remarks. Please give him a round of applause. Welcome.
My brother, His Excellency Minister Lin Chia-lung, Chairman of Taiwan ICDF, Honorable Mangoba Kumalo, Minister of Commerce, Industry, and Trade of Eswatini, Honorable Dr. Joaquin Barnoya Perez, Minister of Health and Social Assistance of Guatemala, Honorable Dr. Yu Lin Hong, Secretary General of ICDF, esteemed ambassadors and representative, my own Royal Chief from Madroy Atoll, Hiroj Legman Zedagea, who is here with us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Ta Jia Hao. I bring you warm greetings of Yahweh on behalf of Her Excellency President Dr. Hilda C. Heine, the people and the government of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. It is a true honor and privilege to stand here with you today, celebrating this momentous occasion, the 30th anniversary of the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund. I invite all of us to take a moment to reflect on the journey that has brought us to this point. 30 years ago, Taiwan was navigating through a challenging period. The year was 1996, a time marked by the first ever direct presidential election in Taiwan. Amidst severe military intimidation and missile testing from the People's Republic of China. Yet, even in such trying times, Taiwan stood firm and determined to make a difference. This determination led to the establishment of the Taiwan ICDF, with the primary objectives of promoting socioeconomic growth and fostering sustainable development in partner nations. The people of Taiwan knew that despite the challenges they face at home, they could not turn their backs on their friends around the world. They believed that every step taken in support of others would create change. Over the past 3 decades, Taiwan has shown unwavering commitments to assist not only its partners, but the global community as a whole. 2 years after Taiwan ICDF was founded, the Republic of the Marshall Islands formally established diplomatic relations with Taiwan, marked the beginning of a meaningful partnership that has spanned 28 years. Over these years, we have witnessed remarkable progress in our relationship, achieving significant milestones together. Through our close collaboration with Taiwan ICDF, we have embarked on enormous projects that have made tangible and meaningful differences in the Marshallese community. These include vocational training programs that empower our youth in essential skills, healthcare training programs, and enhance the quality of life for our citizens, to livestock expansion projects that improve food security, just to name a few. These endeavors have significantly improved the quality of life of our people. Thanks to the Taiwan ICDF Scholarship Program, 24 students from the Marshall Islands have joined and completed their academic studies in Taiwan, and among them, 12 have successfully completed their medical studies. These 12 doctors are now proudly serving in the Marshall Islands Ministry of Health and Human Services. During Minister Lin's visit to Majuro in April this year, as a special envoy to His Excellency President Lai Ching-te, the Taiwan government officially waived the $6.2 million loan for the Majuro track and field, converting the loan into a full grant. This generous gesture not only alleviated my government's financial burden, but also reflects Taiwan's steadfast commitment to our development goals. In June of 2025, when Her Excellency President Dr. Hilda C. Heine was invited for a state visit, the Republic of the Marshall Islands government finalized a loan agreement with Taiwan ICDF for 2 Cessna aircrafts with the aim of enhancing Marshall Islands aviation capabilities, improving air connectivities within the islands, support economic development, and strengthen emergency responses. I am pleased to inform you that one of the 2 planes have arrived in Majuro in April and will be providing much needed services soon. As we look to the future, we are encouraged by the opportunity to further expand our partnership and collaboration on a new and innovative projects. In commemorating the 30th anniversary of the Taiwan ICDF, I want to reaffirm that the Marshall Islands will continue to be a trusted and reliable partner of Taiwan for the next 30 years and beyond. Our advocacy for Taiwan's meaningful participation in the UN system and other regional and international organizations will remain firm, steadfast, and will continue to flourish. Once again, congratulations to Taiwan ICDF on 30 years of success. 谢谢, komoltada, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaneko, for your insightful words and continued partnership with Taiwan ICDF. Next, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Doña Linux Francis, Ambassador of St. Christopher and Nevis to the Republic of China, Taiwan, to the stage to deliver his remarks. Please give him a round of applause. Welcome.
Your Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chairman of Taiwan ICDF, Dr. Ling Jialong, Secretary General of International Cooperation and Development Fund, Dr. Huang Yulin, distinguished visiting ministers and other members of the delegations, fellow ambassadors and other members of the diplomatic corps, heads of representative offices and other officers, honored invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dajahao. How? Today is a day for us to celebrate It is a great honor for me to deliver these remarks on behalf of the Diplomatic Corps as we join in and celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund, Taiwan ICDF. 30 years is more than a milestone. It represents 3 decades of friendship, partnership, and a shared commitment to improving lives around the world. Today, we celebrate an institution that has consistently demonstrated that meaningful international cooperation is built not only through financial assistance, but through investing in people, strengthening institutions, and creating opportunities for sustainable development. For many of our countries represented here today, Taiwan ICDF has been a trusted and dependable development partner. Through its work, our nations have benefited from cooperation in various fields, including agriculture, public health, education, information and communications technology, environmental sustainability, renewable energy, small and medium enterprise development, vocational training, infrastructure, waste management, and capacity building. These partnerships have empowered our governments so that they can empower our people, strengthening our institutions, and most importantly, improve the lives of countless citizens. One of Taiwan ICDF's greatest contributions has been its investment in human capital, scholarships, professional training programs, workshops, and technical missions have equipped thousands of individuals with the knowledge and skills needed to lead development efforts of individuals in their own countries. Many graduates have returned home to serve their people in different capacities, multiplying the impact of Taiwan's generosity for generations to come. This mission is especially meaningful to me on a personal level. In 2012, I had the privilege of receiving a Taiwan ICDF scholarship to pursue my studies in journalism and mass communication at Ming Chuan University. I was honored to be among the first Taiwan ICDF scholarship recipients admitted to that program. That opportunity transformed my life. It provided me not only with an excellent education, but also with lifelong friendships, cultural understanding, and experiences that shaped both my personal and professional journey. And now, as the ambassador of the Federation of St. Christopher, St. Kitts and Nevis, located in the Caribbean, for those who don't know, I reflect on how my story aligns with Taiwan ICDF's vision, Sheshe Taiwan ICDF. As members of the Diplomatic Corps, we deeply appreciate Taiwan ICDF's unwavering commitment to working alongside our nations as equal partners. The projects undertaken are not simply development initiatives, they are expressions of mutual respect, shared values, and genuine friendship. Together, we have tackled challenges, built resilience, fostered innovation, empowered communities, and advanced sustainable development with lasting impact. As we celebrate this remarkable anniversary, we also look to the future with optimism. The challenges facing our world, from climate change and food security to public health, digital transformation, economic resilience, and international tensions require stronger cooperation than ever before. We are confident that Taiwan ICDF will continue to serve as a bridge connecting Taiwan with its international partners as a catalyst for sustainable growth and shared prosperity. Therefore, our countries will continue to support Taiwan's inclusion in international organizations because we see Taiwan can help and Taiwan is helping. We also believe that Taiwan can lead with its international partners. On behalf of the Diplomatic Corps and on my own behalf, I extend our sincere congratulations to the leadership, staff, technical experts, volunteers, alumni, and partners, and all those who have contributed to Taiwan ICDF's remarkable achievements over the past 3 decades. Wishing Taiwan ICDF continued success and deeper partnerships in the next 30 years. Congratulations on your 30th anniversary, and thank you for your unwavering support and friendship to our countries. Happy birthday, Taiwan ICDF. Sheshe Daja.
Thank you, Ambassador Francis, for your insightful words and continued friendship with the Taiwan ICDF. Thank you. It is now my great pleasure to invite Honorable Raymond Green, Director of the American Institute in Taiwan, to deliver his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Chairman Lin, distinguished ministers and ambassadors, fellow representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 大家早安，大家好。30 years ago, Taiwan made a decision that speaks volumes about its character as a society. It chose not to only invest in its own prosperity, but in the prosperity of others. The International Cooperation and Development Fund was born from a conviction that Taiwan had something meaningful to offer to the world, and that offering it was simply the right thing to do. That conviction has proven correct again and again across 3 decades and dozens of countries. To understand where ICDF stands today, it helps to understand where Taiwan itself came from. From 1951 to 1965, the United States partnered with Taiwan in one of the most successful development relationships in our history. We worked together to help Taiwan transform from an agricultural society into a technological and industrial powerhouse. That partnership was built on simple but powerful ideas, that effective assistance focuses on local ownership, builds genuine capacity, and advances mutual prosperity. Taiwan learned that lesson itself very well and has since passed it on to others to follow. Over the past 30 years, Taiwan ICDF has recognized expertise across agriculture, public health, education, information and communications technologies, environmental protection, and small and medium enterprise development. It has delivered practical results for partners across the Pacific, Latin America, Africa, and beyond. And it has done so despite constraints that would have stopped a less determined institution in its tracks. What distinguishes Taiwan ICDF is not its actions, but how it approaches local capacity, by bringing hands-on technical excellence. ICDF brings operational flexibility and transparency rooted in democratic governance, a practice that stands in sharp contrast to predatory lending models that leave partner countries worse off. The United States and Taiwan are partners in this work, and our partnership is grounded in a shared understanding that development assistance is a tool of strategic engagement, not a global charity. The 2024 Memorandum of Understanding between the U.S. International Finance Corporation and Taiwan ICDF formalized our growing collaboration, creating frameworks for co-financing projects, joint technical assistance, and coordinated responses to shared priorities. That MOU reflects our recognition of Taiwan as a transparent, effective partner, one whose approach aligns with the U.S. commitment to catalyzing private capital and championing market solutions over multilateral dependency. We have been working together to develop complementary projects in third countries where the United States is already engaged, multiplying impact by leveraging our combined strengths. We also see strong alignment in transnational challenges of this moment: energy security, public health, and supply chain resilience, including our robust and growing cooperation on semiconductors and critical minerals. The global development landscape is being reshaped. Traditional overseas development assistance resources are shrinking, and major donors are pivoting towards development finance and investment-oriented solutions. The United States is doing the same. We are channeling resources towards strategic priorities, including in Asia and the Pacific, and restructuring our assistance to advance trade, encourage self-reliance, and promote mutually beneficial economic development. Taiwan ICDF has rightfully identified this moment not as a threat, but as a strategic opportunity. Taiwan can maximize its impact by expanding financing flexibility, strengthening interagency coordination, and leveraging its world-class ICT expertise in agriculture, telemedicine, and renewable energy. Deeper engagement in the Pacific Islands and Africa, where Taiwan's relationships are strong and the needs are greatest, will cement Taiwan's standing as an indispensable global partner. Those who are willing to engage creatively, build new coalitions, and bring proven models to the table will shape what comes next. Taiwan is one of those partners. The United States is committed to working alongside Taiwan to advance our shared vision of sustainable, transparent, and resilient development cooperation. To the ICDF team, thank you. Your work is a testament to what Taiwan stands for. To Foreign Minister Lin and your team, thank you for your continued commitment to this institution and the values that it embodies. And to our partners from Belize and across the diplomatic community gathered here today, your presence reflects the trust the Taiwan ICDF has earned over 30 years. That trust is the most meaningful anniversary gift of all. Congratulations on 30 years. The United States looks forward to many more years of collaboration. 谢谢大家.
Thank you, Mr. Green, for your insightful remarks and continued partnership with Taiwan ICDF. Please be seated. Next, we're honored to welcome Honorable Dr. Katsuyuki Katayama-san, Chief Representative of the Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association, to the stage to deliver his remarks. Please give him a warm welcome.
Your Excellency, Foreign Minister and Chairman of Taiwan ICDF, Dr. Lin Jialong, Secretary General of Taiwan ICDF, Dr. Huang Yulin, ministers, ambassadors, and representatives of Taiwan and diplomatic corps and other organizations, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, 大家好. It is a great honor and pleasure to join you today as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the International Cooperation and Development Fund, ICDF. On behalf of the Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to ICDF on this important milestone. Confucius said, 30 而立, at 30, I stood firm. Over the past 3 decades, ICDF has made significant contributions to international development and humanitarian cooperation and has demonstrated Taiwan's commitment to being a responsible and constructive member of the international community. Development cooperation has long been a cornerstone of Japan's foreign policy. In the aftermath of the World War II, Japan sought to rebuild trust with the international community through contributions to peace and development, including through the work of Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. These efforts have over time strengthened the partnerships, promoted stability, and improved lives around the world. Indeed, much of the trust and goodwill Japan enjoys today can be traced to this long-standing commitment. Taiwan's experience offers a similar and inspiring story. Over the past several decades, Taiwan has transformed itself from an aid recipient into a respected development partner. Through ICDF, it has shared its development experience globally and earned trust and respect across the international community. From humanitarian assistance to high-tech industry development, Taiwan has provided support tailored to the needs and circumstances of partner countries. In so doing, it has helped strengthen resilience, foster sustainable growth, and create opportunities for communities around the world. I am sure many distinguished guests have experienced the generosity and solidarity of the people of Taiwan. We have as well. Following the great East Japan earthquake in 2011, Taiwan provided extraordinary support to Japanese people through rescue operations, humanitarian assistance, and generous donations from across society. Similar solidarity was extended after other disasters, including the Noto Peninsula earthquake in 2024. These gestures have left a lasting impression on the people of Japan. They remind us that international cooperation is ultimately grounded in human bonds, mutual trust, and shared compassion. Today, amid growing geopolitical and economic uncertainty, some view development cooperation as a luxury. Yet it remains essential investment in peace, stability, and shared prosperity. Its value may not always be immediate, but over time it builds trust, strengthens partnerships, and lays the foundation for a better future. In this context, I believe that JICA, ICDF, and development agencies from other countries, including US and Europe, can work together to create great synergy and deliver meaningful impact on the ground, helping partner countries build resilience and address increasingly complex global challenges. As ICDF celebrates its 30th anniversary, I wish it continued success in its important mission. I also look forward to deepening cooperation between Japan and Taiwan, together with other like-minded partners in support of sustainable development, human dignity, and shared opportunity, shared prosperity around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Katayama-san, for your gracious remarks and for Japan's long-standing friendship and support. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join me in welcoming Honorable Lutz Gungner, head of the European Economic and Trade Office in Taiwan, to the stage for his remarks. Please give him a round of applause. Welcome.
Chairman and Foreign Minister Lin, Secretary General Huang, ministers, excellencies, representatives, distinguished guests. It is a great pleasure to join you today as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund. And the pleasure is for me, and I think I can speak also for my colleagues who represent today the EU member states, and there are many of us here. Allow me first to congratulate the ICDF on 3 decades of remarkable work. Over the past 30 years, the fund has built an impressive record of partnership across the globe, supporting projects in public health, in education, agriculture, digital development, and disaster resilience. And more importantly, as we have just heard, it has earned a reputation as a trusted and reliable partner that works closely with local communities in delivering lasting results. And I think it's in particular remarkable to have so many NGOs, think tanks, and representatives of the civil society here today. The global development landscape has changed profoundly. Climate change, geopolitical tensions, supply chain disruptions, pandemics, and technological transformations have reminded us that development today is not only about growth, it is increasingly about resilience. In this regard, the ICDF's evolution towards what it calls the Taiwan model, as Minister Lin set out very eloquently, is both timely and highly relevant. A stronger focus on professionalism, adaptability, and long-term resilience reflects many of the lessons that the development partners around the world have drawn in recent years. And increasingly, the official development assistance is expected not only to simply to respond to immediate needs, but to strengthen the capacity of societies to withstand future shocks and to build sustainable prosperity. And this evolution also brings ICDF closer to broader international trends. Across the G7 and beyond, other development partners, we see growing emphasis on innovation, on mobilizing private investment, on creating long-term economic opportunities alongside traditional development cooperation. And the European Union, as the biggest donor of official development assistance in the world, has undergone a similar transformation. Through our Global Gateway strategy, we have placed sustainable investment at the center of our international partnerships. Rather than viewing development assistance and investment as separately, the Global Gateway combines public financing, private capital, technical expertise, and policy dialogue to support high-quality infrastructure and sustainable connectivity. Our objective is quite straightforward: to help partners build resilient transport links, modern digital networks, clean energy systems, stronger health infrastructure, and quality education, and while ensuring that projects remain financially sustainable, transparent, and based on high environmental and societal standards. At its heart, Global Gateway is about creating partnerships that generate lasting value, not only for today, but for the future generations. And when I look at ICDF's evolving approach, I see many areas and regions where our interests naturally converge. The Indo-Pacific region is one obvious example. Both Taiwan and the European Union recognize the importance of resilience infrastructure, secure digital connectivity, renewable energy, health security, and disaster preparedness in supporting stable and prosperous societies across the region. This is particularly true regarding the Pacific Islands, as we have heard from the Minister earlier, where communities face some of the world's most immediate climate challenges, for example. Here's growing demand for exactly the kind of long-term, locally owned resilience that both the European Union, Taiwan, and many other partners seek to promote. And I'm very happy to see also some of our organizations represented today here, the GIZ, the Estonian Development Organization, and the colleagues from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Development cooperation is no longer simply about transferring resources. It is about building partnerships, sharing expertise, mobilizing investment, and creating resilience in an increasingly interconnected world. On this important anniversary, I again congratulate Taiwan ICDF for all its achievements over the past 30 years and hopefully for many, many years to come. Thank you. 谢谢.
Thank you, Mr. Gunnar, for your insightful remarks and continued partnership with Taiwan ICDF. Once again, we would like to sincerely thank our international partners for their long-standing support and recognition of the Taiwan ICDF and for continuing to work with us in advancing international development cooperation. Shaping the future together is the theme and guiding spirit of this event. Today's launch ceremony not only reflects on the achievements of the past, but also reaffirms Taiwan ICDF's future strategic direction. It demonstrates our determination to further deepen engagement in global development cooperation and to expand Taiwan's international presence and influence. We will now proceed with the Taiwan ICDF 30th Anniversary Opening and Launch Ceremony. May I cordially invite distinguished guests to join us on stage. Welcome His Excellency Dr. Lin Jialong, Chairman of the Taiwan ICDF. Honorable Kalani Kaneko, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Honorable Menkuba Kumalo, Minister of Commerce, Industry and Trade, Kingdom of Eswatini. Welcome to the stage. His Excellency Ambassador Doña Linux Francis, Ambassador of St. Christopher and Nevis to the Republic of China, Taiwan. Welcome Honorable Joaquin Barnoya, Minister of Public Health and Social Assistance, Guatemala. Honorable Raymond Green, Director of the American Institute in Taiwan. Welcome Honorable Chen Junji, Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of China, Taiwan. Welcome Honorable Dr. Katsuyuki Katayama-san, Chief Representative of the Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association. Next, please welcome Honorable Eugene Jian, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of China, Taiwan. Welcome Honorable Lutz Gruner, Head of the European Economic and Trade Office in Taiwan. Welcome Honorable James Huang, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of China, Taiwan. Next, please welcome Mr. Hans Ludwig Buhuns, Country Director, Indonesia, and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. Welcome Honorable David Lin, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of China, Taiwan. Welcome Yotam Politzer, Chief Executive Officer of Israel. And welcome Dr. Huang Yulin, Secretary General of Taiwan ICDF. May I ask our event staff to assist our distinguished guests to their designated position on the stage. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests on stage, we will now begin a 3-second countdown. And after the countdown, if you're positioned on the right side of Chairman Lin, please tap the button with your left side. If you're positioned on the left side of Chairman Lin, please tap the button with your right hand. Thank you. 待会倒数3、2、1之后，位于林部长右手边的贵宾们，请将您的左手放在荧幕上；位于林部长左手的贵宾们，请将您的右手放在荧幕上。倒数之后，再请贵宾们放置手掌。谢谢您。So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready, distinguished guests? All right, please join us in the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Please tap the button. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just witnessed this important milestone of Taiwan ICDF's 30th anniversary together. Let us once again give a warm round of applause to congratulate Taiwan ICDF. May I invite our distinguished guests to remove your hands from the screen and turn to face the audience and pose for a group photo. Please remain on the stage for a group photo. 接下来我们进行大合影。All right, so please look at the camera in the front and give us a big smile. 3, 2, 1. All right, one more. Please remain your smile for about 5 to 10 seconds for us. Continue to look at the camera in the front. Thank you very much for joining our event today. 好，请问还有媒体朋友要补拍的吗？ All right, thank you very much. Thank you once again. Distinguished guests, please return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, due to another official commitment, Minister Lin will now need to take his leave. Please join me in giving him another warm round of applause in appreciation of his presence and support today. Thank you. 各位贵宾，林部长还有其他要公在身，必须先行离席。让我们再一次以热烈的掌声感谢林部长今天的出席，谢谢您。Thank you once again for joining us at the Taiwan ICDF's 30th anniversary celebration. 30 years is a journey to be proud of, and also the starting point for reaching even greater heights. In the future, Taiwan ICDF will continue to advance with professionalism, confidence, and resilience, guided by the spirit of integrated diplomacy and the synergy with the strength of Team Taiwan, working steadily alongside global partners toward shared progress. This concludes the morning session of the Taiwan ICDF 30th anniversary celebration. Thank you once again for your presence and support. We wish you all good health, every success, and a pleasant day. We will now take a lunch break and invite you to visit the Taiwan ICDF 30th anniversary exhibition in the corridor outside the venue. The exhibition features a 30th anniversary photo wall and a timeline highlighting key milestones in Taiwan's international development cooperation journey. The exhibition also showcases Taiwan ICDF's core areas of work and includes the Smart Partnership Showcase, presenting innovative achievements in smart fisheries, AI-powered healthcare, digital health services, and other technology-driven development initiatives. The exhibition will remain open until the start of the International Symposium at 1:30 p.m. We warmly invite you to take this opportunity to explore the exhibits, connect with fellow guests, and learn more about Taiwan ICDF's contributions to international development cooperation. Please be reminded to present your badge when you collect your boxed meals at the distribution area located at the rear of the venue or at the service desk. During the lunch break, you're welcome to enjoy your meals at your seats. Alternatively, you may take elevator number 3 or 4 to Shiquan Hall on the 5th floor, where you may enjoy lunch while connecting and exchanging ideas with fellow partnerships. We wish you a pleasant and enjoyable lunch break. If you drove here today and need parking validation, please obtain the parking validation QR code from the registration desk before leaving. Simply scan the QR code and enter your vehicle license plate number to complete the validation process. There is no need to use the payment machine when you exit. A kind reminder for guests who have borrowed interpretation equipment, please return it to the interpretation equipment counter and collect your ID before leaving the venue. For those who will be joining the afternoon session, you may keep the interpretation equipment and continue to use it. There is no need to return it during the lunch break. We wish you an enjoyable and productive lunch break. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Symposium Taiwan ICDF at 30 with Shared Prosperity, Global Cooperation, Development and Innovation. My name is Kathy Wu, your MC for today's event. Prior to today's symposium, a strategic dialogue on global development partnership was held, bringing together distinguished partners from around the world to exchange experiences and perspectives on international development cooperation and to engage in in-depth discussions on future directions for collaboration. Today, through two thematic panel discussions, we will bring the outcomes of the strategic dialogue into the public sphere, expanding these important conversations to a broader audience. Through the exchange of practical experiences and innovative perspectives, we hope to further strengthen consensus on the future of global cooperation development. The insights and shared understandings generated today will ultimately be reflected in the joint statement, demonstrating our collective commitment to advancing sustainable and shared prosperity. We look forward to the fruitful outcomes of today's symposium. Now, please join me in warmly welcoming the host organization of today's symposium, Dr. Huang Yulin, Secretary General of the Taiwan ICDF, to deliver the opening remarks and officially inaugurate today's symposium. Please give Dr. Huang a warm round of applause. Welcome.
So happy to see so many of you staying for the symposium. Your Excellency, Dr. Joaquin Banoya, Minister of Public Health and Social Assistance of the Republic of Guatemala. Your Excellency Macoba Kumalo, Minister of Commerce, Industry, and Trade of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Distinguished representative, dear friends from think tank and development agencies, colleagues from Taiwan MOFA, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome you to the 30th Anniversary International Symposium of Taiwan ICDF. On this special occasion, we are proud to bring together representatives from partner countries, policy community, development agency, and long-standing partners of our global cooperation. Through our discussion today and through our joint statement on investing in resilience and prosperity, we hope not only to reflect on the past, but also to explore the future of development cooperation in an increasingly interconnected world. Today, I would like to share a simple idea. In an uncertain global environment, development is ultimately about creating choices. We are living through a period of profound transformation. Climate change, pandemic, geopolitical tension, cyber attacks, and artificial intelligence are reshaping society at a pace few could have imagined only years ago. In this environment, development can no longer be understood solely in terms of economic growth or material prosperity. An equally important question has emerged. How can society remain resilient amid change? Increasingly, a nation's future depends not only on what it possesses, but on what it can do for the people it is capable of doing. Can it educate its people? Can it build effective institutions? Can it harness innovation? Can it adapt to new challenges? Can it create opportunities for future generations? At its core, sustainable development is about capability. Capability enables people to learn, innovate, and contribute. Capability enables institutions to govern, adapt, and deliver. Capability enables society to respond to disasters and seize opportunities. And when capability is sustained over time, it becomes resilience. Resilience, in turn, creates choices. This perspective is especially meaningful for Taiwan. Today, Taiwan is widely recognized for its technological advancement and achievements, as well as its role in the global semiconductor and AI industry. Yet, Taiwan's most valuable experience may be something deeper. Over the past several decades, Taiwan has demonstrated that resilience is not determined by size, by geography, or by natural resources alone. Resilience is built through long-term investment in people. It is strengthened through effective institutions and good governance. It is sustained through innovation, trust, and partnership. Most importantly, it is created through continuous accumulation and renewal of societal capability. These lessons are increasingly relevant today, especially for the Global South. As Taiwan ICTF marks its 30th anniversary, we are not only celebrating what we have accomplished together, we are also redefining our mission for the future. Under the leadership of Chairman Dr. Lin Jialong, your brother, and with the strong support from President Lai Ching-te, Taiwan ICTF has evolved from a traditional bilateral aid organization to a strategic platform that connects partners, mobilize resources for capacity creation, accumulation, distribution, dispersion, renewal, and reproduction. Our mission today extends beyond project implementation. We work with partners to strengthen capability, expand opportunity, foster innovation, and build resilience. Our goal is to help society create the conditions that enable long-term and sustainable development. As we prepare for the next 30 years, Taiwan ICTF will remain guided by three priorities. We invest in people, we support innovation, and we strengthen resilient human, institutional, and social development. Because resilience does not emerge from isolated project or program. It emerges from capable people, from effective institutions, from trusted social networks, and from meaningful international partnership with you. Ultimately, development is about expanding human possibilities. When people possess capability, they gain confidence. When institutions possess capability, they gain effectiveness. When society possesses capability, they gain resilience. And when society possesses resilience, they gain the freedom to choose their own future. No one can predict every disruption. No country can avoid every challenge. But we can invest in people. We can strengthen capabilities. We can foster innovation. We can build resilience. And we can expand the choices available to future generations. As we celebrate Taiwan ICDF's 30th anniversary, let us reaffirm a shared commitment to invest in people, to strengthen capabilities, to build resilient society, and to create a future in which more people, more communities, and more nations have the opportunity to shape their own destiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General Wang, for your inspiring remarks. Thank you. Please be seated. We will now proceed to the group photo. The photographer will take the photo from the stage facing the audience. We kindly ask all distinguished guests to look toward the camera. So please look toward the camera at the center of the stage and let us take a group photo to mark this meaningful moment. All right, look at the center. 3, 2, 1, say cheese. All right. This year marks Taiwan ICDF's 30th anniversary. So let's say happy birthday. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday. Wonderful. Now please give us a thumbs up for the photo shoot. A thumbs up. Beautiful. Thank you. Once again, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all distinguished guests for your participation. 还有要补拍的吗? Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we will move on to panel 1, Embracing the Diplomatic Allies Prosperity Project, Taiwan's approach to shaping a new path for international cooperation development. As the global political and economic landscape continues to evolve rapidly and sustainability challenges grow increasingly complex, strengthening partnerships with partner countries and advancing shared prosperity through innovative approaches have become central issues in international development cooperation. This session will explore how the Diplomatic Allies Prosperity Project can serve as a key pathway for Taiwan's international development cooperation, and will highlight experiences and outcomes in public health, digital development, industrial cooperation, and partnership building. First, please join me in welcoming our moderator of this session, Mr. Carol Lanu, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for European Policy Studies. Mr. Lanu, please proceed to the stage. Welcome. We will now invite the distinguished panelists for this session to join us on stage. As your name is called, please make your way to the stage, and please give our panelists a warm round of applause. Welcome Deputy Secretary General Alex Shi of the International Cooperation and Development Fund, Taiwan ICDF. Welcome. Welcome Ms. Juliana Rubio, Associate Director, Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Next, please welcome Mr. David Adams Orukim, Head of Mission Embassy of Palau to the Republic of China, Taiwan. Welcome. Moving on, please join me in welcoming Honorable Minister Joaquin Barnoya of the Ministry of Public Health and Social Assistance of Guatemala. Welcome. And Honorable Minister Menkupa Kumalo of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade of the Kingdom of Eswatini. We believe that the insights and exchanges shared by our panelists today will bring us fresh perspectives and inspiration. And so now I would like to hand the floor over to our session moderator, Mr. Carol Lanu.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. Thank you. Please be seated. Let's say we can start this panel. A pleasure to be here for me. I mean, coming from Brussels, coming from Europe, coming from Belgium. I'm working in a think tank which is totally independent. So we are trying to assess what the EU is doing, what Europe is doing in the world. So for me, it's fascinating that I can moderate this panel, and I hope, let's say, we'll have a good outcome. But I think Dr. Huang has already introduced this extremely well. Let's say these are the things which we want to discuss this afternoon with you, and so I will have a series of questions which I want to address with you. But also, I mean, I'm here because we have worked together with ICDF and a study to assess, as a think tank, let's say, what is the outcome of the different development projects. Certainly on the digital side, what has been the outcome of the project from the ICDF in different partner countries. So, or people went, for example, to Palau to also assess, let's say, how the impact was, let's say, of the projects from the ICDF, which was for our people also very interesting to do, because we have also published a very important study a week ago with the lady who's sitting there, let's say my colleague, Seren, on digital diplomacy of the EU, because this region is very well advanced digitally, and Europe looks at this region saying, yes, there is something we can learn as Europe, let's say, from this region. And of course, you as a region are also trying to give this knowledge to other regions, as you were just saying, Mr. Secretary General. So we'll start with this. Let's say I will sit down, let's say, and then we can take some talking points. But essentially what we want to do is just go through some questions. Let's say, what is the assessment of the new development policy, the new development approach, as it was outlined by the Secretary General, and how you look at this. So the first thing which we would like to assess is, I mean, how Taiwan can help its allies in this kind of this new approach in its development policy and its capability pool which it wants to create to, for example, develop human capital institutions, technology, better governance, industry, through these capability networks, as we call them, and what it can do to help more local people. And I would start with the representative from Eswatini, that you just say from your perspective, what is your experience with the new approach of the ICDF in Eswatini? Minister.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you and to everybody. And thanks again to Dr. Huang for this symposium. I think the new engagement model by ICDF is extremely powerful, and I would like, if you allow me, to reiterate what Dr. Wang just said in his speech, to say the focus is on a few things. It's investment in people, and it is investment in innovation, and investing in institutional capability. And then he said, when we do that together, ICDF and the recipient countries, which Eswatini is one of, what we will then tend to see is we will build capacity. And he said capacity builds resilience, and resilience ultimately presents opportunities. In Eswatini, we've seen all of this at play because the projects that ICDF is working on ultimately churn out organizations that are strong, people that are now self-sufficient, whether it is in agriculture, whether it is in entrepreneurship, whether it is in medicine, that then run resilient systems that sustain themselves over time. And, you know, it is the gift that keeps on giving. We have really seen that this new model, if it is properly supported by both, you know, recipient governments and the Taiwanese government through ICDF, will give us the transformation that we want in our country.
Could I add to that? Let's say, like the Secretary General said, it's important to have the resilience of the society, but also to bring innovation. I mean, of course, but this is quite challenging to do this in a society, let's say, and to kind of basically have a scaling up. How do you see this from your perspective, Minister?
Innovation is the centerpiece of everything that we should be doing. We should be able to leapfrog technology and adopt the latest, you know, solutions. We were talking with the Secretary General about Eswatini adopting a national digital transformation program, and ICDF is going to be an integral part of that. We are hoping to partner with Israel Aid because they've already done some good work in Eswatini, particularly in the health space. So what we're looking for is really innovation so that it can catapult us as a country to the next level. So I totally agree that innovation is indispensable for us as we design this model for the future.
Okay, but if you were to ask me, quite challenging. But I turn to the minister from Guatemala, Minister for Health, Commerce, Industry, Health, that's what I thought, Health and Social Assistance. And we know, let's say, that in the domain of health, AI is starting to play a very important role. How do you see this from your perspective in Guatemala? Let's say the plan which the Secretary General just outlined, whether this is, what is this bringing to your society in function of innovation, but also the resilience, the approach on people?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the kind invitation. It's always a pleasure to be here now celebrating CDF's 30th anniversary. I think it all depends where we are. And it's very important for in countries, but also donor agency, collaboration agencies to have priorities clear, both locally and internationally, and make sure they match. In this case, I don't want to say AI is a far reach from Guatemala, but if you see at the healthcare system, we have greater needs. And if we were to introduce AI right now, rather than bridging the gap, I would say we would generate yet another gap, a technological gap that will just make that inequalities even larger. Having said that, I think we should also be cautious and realize that innovation is not only about technology. Innovation can come from decreasing bureaucracy, for making government institutions more resilient. But resilient for what? For change, societies change, disease pattern change, urbanization, rural definitions change. So I think we also need to have those definitions with a clear standpoint on where are we going to find a common path for both international donors or in-country institutions to have clear definitions of what we need and then how we're going to measure the potential impact. And I have to say in our discussions with Dr. Wang, what ICDF and Taiwan in general have done in Guatemala, this is kind of the extra mile we've gone to. Yes, we have done a lot of projects, but yes, we need to evaluate how much of an impact, healthcare impact they're having at this point. Thank you.
Is there something specific you can add, let's say, is your, for example, in your domain, health, hospital system and so on, is it ready to cope with this innovation? Is it ready? Because they say, for example, that AI now can better detect sicknesses than probably humans.
Yes, and I think that's a good point because we have a pretty good example of how March 2024, Guatemala passed a cancer control law. So healthcare is a pretty big umbrella, right? But now we have a specific disease, which, by the way, a global health problem, cancer. The cancer types is what difference between high-income countries and low-income countries. But that gave us a leverage point to reach out to Taiwan and ICDF saying, we need to work around cancer. That being said, treatment, we're working with them on establishing a public radiotherapy hospital, but also screening. And that's where AI can come in making sure that mammographies can be interpreted through an AI tool. Yet, we still need to figure out the legal infrastructure for AI to be able to do that, making sure a physician is still signing off whatever AI make diagnosis of. So I think we need to be careful because this is a ship that left already. And we need to catch up on making sure we have the legal structure, we have the cultural acceptability of the technology, and that is going to fit into the system that it's broken already, but somehow we're fixing it, and AI and technology should be a tool to fix it, but it won't be the bullet, the magic bullet.
You still need to have the human resources, meaning as we're speaking,
Indeed,
the capabilities,
and that's where
you need to have the people.
There you go, absolutely.
Okay. I turned to the representative from Palau. I said, let's say, your people had been in Palau, let's say, in one of these projects to look at digital capabilities. How do you look at the new approach, let's say, of Taiwan, let's say, in extending this capability pool to a country like Palau, where there are probably certainly also scarcity of labor in certain domains? Let's say, how do you see this new approach, let's say, on resilience, supporting innovation, just not only saying we deliver aid, but we want to deliver the people and help the people to develop the structures to have capabilities in place.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. And of course, I want to thank ICDF and congratulate ICDF for the last 30 years. But really, just something off from that, actually, ICDF was kind of a stepping stone for Palau to become, we have a diplomatic relation with Taiwan, because we initiated our work with ICDF before the diplomatic establishment was done. And through ICDF, we saw the importance and similarity of what Palau and Taiwan can do together. So it was that stepping stone. We established a diplomatic relation together. So I thank ICDF for being in Palau more than our relationship with Taiwan. But having said that, I thought you asked a specific question, but I do have an opening statement. And perhaps if I do go through the opening statement, maybe it can, I only have 4 points that I want to make. So,
but you can do. I mean,
do you mind if I do that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. But let me start by saying for the past 2 decades, the Republic of Palau and the Republic of China Taiwan have shared a profound relationship rooted in mutual respect, shared domestic or democratic values, and a common vision for resilience of Blue Pacific. Central to this enduring alliance is our dynamic partnership with Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund, Taiwan ICDF. Today, we affirmed and celebrate this collaboration, which continues to serve as a vital engine for Palau's sustainable development, community livelihood, and national self-reliance. Our joint efforts span the full spectrum of Palau primary production sectors, driving transformation from soil of our traditional farms to the expansive waters of our coastal fisheries. So first, revolutionizing aquaculture. Milkfish hatchery milestone. Cornerstone of our current cooperation is the shared commitment to transforming Palau aquaculture landscape, securing food, our local food system, requiring reducing dependency on our costly imported inputs. To the technical expertise of Taiwan, ICDF, our focus it's good to have a lot of help. Intensify the development and optimizing of national milkfish hatchery by establishing a reliable, high-yield domestic supply of milkfish fry. This initiative addresses 2 critical national priorities: closing the gap in domestic food security and securing sustainable, locally sourced supply of battlefish for our traditional and commercial fisheries. This project is not merely an infrastructure investment. It is a foundation of self-sustaining blue economy that protects our wild stock while nourishing our people. Second, modernizing coastal fisheries and maritime safety. Our ocean is both our greatest resources and our greatest responsibility. To manage it effectively, we must bridge the gap between traditional wisdom and modern technology. Through our partnership, Palau is advancing coastal fisheries management by equipping small-scale local vessels with automatic identification system, AIS. This technology serves a vital dual purpose for data-driven governance. It drastically improved our national data collective capabilities, giving us granular, real-time insight to coastal fishing efforts to ensure sustainable harvest level. Sea safety. It provides a critical safety net for our traditional fishers, ensuring the small vessels are visible and tractable during searching and rescue operation is increasingly unpredictable in this unpredictable weather. Third, transforming agriculture and livestock development. True resilience begins on land. Our ongoing cooperation in crop and livestock development continue to diversify Palau's agriculture baseline. From introducing climate resilience crop varieties of modernized livestock husbandry practices, Taiwan ICDF, hands-on intervention, and enhancing local production, improving soil health, building a more robust market for fresh, locally raised products, investing in our people, targeting capacity development. Sustainability of this project relies entirely on the capacity of our people to lead them. We place immense emphasis on the comprehensive capacity development program tailored to livestock producers, agriculture officers, and local farmers by facilitating peer-to-peer knowledge transfer, technical workshop, and field training. This partnership ensures that the Palauan farmers and fishers are equipped with the modern management skills, biosecurity, protocols, and technical know-how required to transition from subsistence farming to thriving, sustainable enterprises. In conclusion, the outcome of Palau-Taiwan ICDF partnership are visible in our markets, our docks, in the field of our state. As we confront the dual challenges of climate vulnerability, the economic isolation, this collaboration stands as a model for what development cooperation should look like. Targeted, respectful, technologically innovative, and deeply invested in human capital. The Republic of Palau extends its deepest appreciation to the government of Taiwan and the dedication team at ICDF Taiwan. Together, we are safeguarding our food security, protecting our fishers at sea, and nurturing the land and ocean that have sustained our people for generations.
Thank you very much. Very concrete and very interesting example of the cooperation with the ICDF. I don't know whether one of the two other ministers wants to add to from a more practical experience from what you've heard, let's say from the representative from Palau. If not, yeah, probably you, Minister Kumalo.
Yeah, I can just make a quick example. In the case of Eswatini, a very different landscape, but same principles, where we, as part of our strategic roadmap as a country, one of the things we want to attend to is inequality, income inequality, and lack of inclusivity in our economic participation, particularly for women, marginalized women, as well as young people. So ICDF has come through to come up with a beautiful program where the first step was a women development and capacitation program where skills, technical skills, particularly in the area of agriculture, entrepreneurship, and financial management, were imparted to the target women, which were typically outside the commercial corridor and would be found at the grassroots of Eswatini. These women are now, thriving entrepreneurs, and ICDF has taken it to the next level now, where, with the help of the Taiwanese government, have helped us to establish a microfinancing cooperative that then funds this business sustainably, and it is a self-funding setup, and it now runs on a digital platform, leveraging on technology. And what you're finding now is people that 5 years ago were not participating in the economy are part of the digital economy in Eswatini. Some of us have started exporting their products to our neighboring countries, and some of them come to participate in the food fair here in Taiwan because the products they are making a difference. So it is literally going to this idea of developing capacity, creating resilience, and creating opportunity that the Executive Secretary spoke about. That's one example I'd like to share.
Interesting to hear, because you said very clearly outside the commercial circuit, let's say that that's where you need development and development support, and also examples from other countries which you can implement with you. Certainly the example you mentioned, microfinance, but of course if you do it a bit more advanced at the technology level, you can make edges forward, and it's enormous. And also you should say that the people are now, where they are now as compared to 5 years ago, is enormous. Mr. Barnoya, you want to ask an example from your perspective from Guatemala?
Maybe not specifically from Guatemala, but in hearing the other thoughts, I think it's the one take-home message is like, we know that development is not a one-size-fits-all, and I guess the same applies for international collaboration. It's not a one-size-fits-all. I think it's very country-dependent, but also priority-dependent. Right now, even though I've made the example for cancer, Guatemala is struggling with that double burden of disease, that even though now we have a rise in cancer cases, Guatemala is still suffering with a high infant mortality rate. Yet, we have found a way to collaborate with ICDF in bringing innovative solutions to maternal and child health, to a point where if we keep going to this rate, we might reach the SDG goal of a very low maternal mortality rate by 2030. So I think that's where communication is fundamental, because as these are moving targets, trust and communication are fundamental within all this process.
Indeed, and healthcare numbers are a moving target. Let's say you can never do good enough. You can always do better, and it's never good enough either.
Correct. Likewise, cancer is a moving target. So if you see the example of Taiwan, 30 years ago, cervical cancer was a problem in Taiwan. Likewise for gastric cancer. Nowadays you see, and it's lung cancer, colon cancer, breast cancer, and down there in the list is liver cancer showing up. So you need to be making sure we're making evidence-based public health, but also evidence-based collaboration and cooperation.
Okay, I return to the think tank. Juliana, let's say you're the outsider on this panel, but you're looking at this as a representative from a think tank which is focused on Latin America. How do you look at this, let's say, of this development, say this approach from Taiwan, let's say from the ICDF and this development cooperation and focusing on people, development of capabilities, also focusing a lot on innovation transfer?
Yeah, I think when we look at this capability pool that we're talking about and building resilience, we have to think about resilience not only as the ability of a country to survive a crisis. I think the resilience also comes from the country's ability to adapt, to govern, to provide basic services, and to do that despite any external shocks or maybe as the international world order has become more unclear and uncertain. So that means that capacity building needs to be very practical. And there are several sectors in which Taiwan ICDF has experience in, and both because of its own development, but also because of the experience that each country has given the agency and the country. So I think, for instance, I was in Paraguay about a month ago, and you look at the huge advancements they've made in human capital. They realized that Paraguay wants to come to this next stage of development. The country has done well, it has grown, it has reduced poverty with its growth, but now it's looking for that next stage, kind of escaping that middle income trap that we call. And something that they needed is engineers. So Taiwan ICDF and the government of Taiwan cooperated to open a university in which engineering was going to be the number one career that students would study. So this generates not only the capacity pool within the country, but then it also, I think, builds those soft diplomacy ties with Taiwan, making both Paraguay and Taiwan understand each other's culture, cooperate better, and just generally build a relationship that's more resilient and that is kind of a two-way street. Of course, we can also talk about technology. There are plenty of examples in which Taiwan has used technology to improve citizens' lives. But for instance, looking at health, the health project, the Health Information Systems project in Paraguay, where it's centralizing, or the HIS project, it's very famous because it has managed to centralize all of the public hospital records into one system. And this is kind of a 99% coverage of an entire country system centralized in one platform. And these systems not only help you track what patients are, how patients are doing, track the care, but then they also help you with things like transparency. Suddenly, less medication is being diverted to other places. Suddenly, you have doctors that are adhering to their schedule better. So all of these things can work within a sector, but I think at the same time, when we look at things like technology, we could look at how that could transfer to other public service sectors, from, I don't know, the customs authorities to different SMEs regulations and how a business acquires a business license. So I think with that and with agriculture and food security, those are kind of the three points that I'll highlight. And I'll highlight agriculture because it is still very important for many of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. There are similarities, but of course, you have examples of countries that really need more basic needs, whereas you have countries like Guatemala that are heading into a higher level of that agriculture, of that agricultural chain. So when you do an investment, you need to make sure that you're covering those basic needs, but at the same time, when looking at countries like Paraguay or Guatemala that are middle income and trying to grow, you need to invest more in technology. You need to have cold chains. You need to have traceability. You need to have a connection with markets. So focusing on that later stage of development, I think is going to be something important as we start looking at resiliency and building into the future.
I can't resist asking a political question. I mean, if you look at this as an American, where US aid has been drastically cut, you come in Paraguay and you see Taiwan delivering aid. How do you look at this? And then you come from a country where health is basically fully private, health insurance.
Well, I'm Colombian American, I'll say that. So I get the disclaimer of two nationalities. But no, I mean, the story of Paraguay is interesting. If you look at it politically, the government of Paraguay and the Trump administration are very much friendly. There is strong cooperation. They've joined the Shield of the Americas, which is a security forum. So when you look at that bilateral relationship, it's doing fine. Yet when you look at the level of assistance or support that the US is giving, it's a different story. I think many Paraguayans were asking as well, you know, we have stuck to recognizing Taiwan, we have kept China away, we've kind of been the good kids in the class, and what are we getting in return? And I do think there is a big gap, which the US has not been filling, and historically in Paraguay, I think has been, for instance, historically forgotten. But now, as USAID has ended and State Department programs that deal with foreign assistance are being heavily cut, that's also having an effect. Guatemala, we were speaking with the minister yesterday, there was, not like Paraguay, there was a lot of development aid in Guatemala, and that's also being curtailed. So that's going to have a huge effect.
That's what I thought. I mean, I probably turn to the Deputy Secretary General, Alex. I mean, how do you assess, from your perspective as Deputy Secretary General, what you've heard, let's say, in the view of how you're trying to reorient the priorities of the organization, and what you hear, let's say, from the testimonies and also from the reaction, and of course, as compared to what's going on in the United States?
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, moderator, and for having me to this very important symposium. Especially, I came from ICDF. I witnessed the past 30 years developments of Taiwan ICDF. I think today, not only is a special meaning for the organization, but also for me, because today I'm working for the ICDF for exactly 30 years. Okay, yeah, and yeah, so in my mind, I very fast review the past 30 years. I think at the early stage, ICDF implement our project by project, yeah, from agriculture, from public health, or even we send our personnel to the field to work together with on the counterpart. However, we review what is the really more deep impact from Taiwan's aid. So I think through our internal review, especially our Secretary General, he has thinking about this question for almost 1 year. And we find some, some things that ICDF can be do better for the next 30 years. In the future, one project we implement in Palau, Eswatini, or Guatemala, or even in Paraguay. The individual project can see very good outcome, very good output, and a little bit of impact. However, for a country's long-term development, we need to see the deep impact for the country, the development. So we think that currently we have internally first integrated our available resources. ICDF has advantages. ICDF is like a department store. When you go to JCPenney, you can almost find everything. However, if you go to the specialty shop, you can only buy 1 or 2 things. ICDF, because our leaders 30 years ago, he think different resources, different foreign aid should be integrated as one organization. So ICDF, we has a function to use our tool, related to economic or social development. And also, we also have the tool to enhance Taiwan's ODA development. So therefore, we think that integrated resources from internally from ICDF, from our human resources department, from technical cooperation department, and especially we have financing capacities, as well as humanitarian assistance functions. And I give you several projects, how we use our new approach to implement our project in our partner countries. For instance, regarding the integrations in Palau, in the past, we have dispatched our aquaculture specialists stationed there for many years. They can produce good milk fish, rabbit fish. However, in terms of the total demand, it's not still enough. So we think about how to provide the deeper impact for Palau's marine ecosystem and also for marine's sustainable blue economy. And therefore, right now we still have an aquaculture project. Our specialists work in daily basis with your counterparts. And also we now has another project, use the Taiwan's digital advantages. It's called the Coast Fishery Management, Coast Resources Management Project. The project, we integrated resources not only from Taiwan ICDF, but from Taiwan's National Space Laboratory, from our National Taiwan University, National Zhongyang Universities. And they provided us the technology like remote sensing like GIS, and integrated with our private sector. private sector provided the AI system, automatic identification systems. We install this system to the vessels. Why? Because IUU is a serious problem in Palau. What means IUU? Illegal, irregulated, unregulated, and unreported legal fishing. Yeah, so through this kind of digitalization mechanism, right now, I think in Palau, fish like rabbit fish, like milkfish, I think the blue stock, our people, flow to the ocean, and through the monitoring system, the illegal fishing right now become little more less. And gradually, I think the ecosystem, the coastal ecosystem, will be restored as usual. Yeah, so that is integration Taiwan's different kind of mechanism and the project. Like in Eswatini, before we sent our handcraft specialists stationed Eswatini almost more than 20 years. Yeah, and also we have agriculture specialists, we have livestock specialists, we have poultry specialists. For these assist farmers, after we provided very dedicated technologies, what's the next step? They don't have money to provide it, to improve their farming. And so ICDF provided microfinancing, women microfinancing project. And this project goes quite successfully. This morning, the opening ceremony from our chairman, Dr. Lin, he mentioned a lady, her daughter is called Taiwan. Why? Because she directly benefited from our project. Yeah, so that is integration of our available resources. For instance, in Guatemala, and also another way to make our project more impact, we should be, the project should be reputable and can be scaled up. Yeah. We have implemented the river, the Betis River early warning system project for the last 7 years. And because of the project has already successfully controlled all the flooding from the upstream to downstream of Betis River. So we think our experience can be replicable, can be duplicable to Guatemala. So in central part of Guatemala, there are 4 cities use our early warning system to prevent the landslides when the heavy raining happens, especially the climate change. The Guatemala also quite influenced by the climate change. Yeah, so the project should be duplicable from one country to another country, from one region to another region. Yeah, the third, we reviewed that the project should be not only implement 3 or 4 years and finish. So when finish, our counterpart usually cannot take over in the field. Therefore, the project like in Paraguay, the HEAS project has been implemented for the 3 consecutive phases, totally around the 9 years. And more than 80% of the Paraguay public hospital, benefit from health information system. And because of the project, we train a lot of low talent who graduate from Taiwan and the Paraguay, jointly established the Paraguay technology universities. There are many young talents. They know how to use computer. They know what's digitalization. Based on this HIS project, so now ICDF move forward to AI incubation, acceleration, technical system project. And also, we also have another even more ambitious project called AI sovereignty, AI sovereignty and the computing center in the Paraguay. So the capacity is built up gradually, step by step, just like a minister from Guatemala said. And through this different kind of new approach, I think in the next 30 years, we will use this and follow this. Thank you.
So you're looking, as you're saying, very carefully at sustainability of projects in the sense of also self-sustainability once the project is over, that it should be working on its own without being dependent on aid anymore.
You are right.
Okay. But that must be very important, let's say, if you work for such an organization, that you have metrics in place, that you assess your projects, you follow them up, and that you see, look, in the end, it is the intention that the project should be self-sustainable.
And also, one of the difference between Taiwan's aid and aid from Europe or even United States, we have people stationed 35 days in the field, working on a daily basis with our counterpart in the field. We think how to transfer technology is not only we are good, the definition will be they are also good. So our counterpart always work together with us. When we manage a project, when we manage the organization or administration, they see how we do. Yeah, and after a certain period of time, of course, the capacity building automatically transfer from Taiwan's team to our counterpart team. Yeah, that's a difference. And for countries like I mentioned, different region, there are a bunch of budget, but there are no people, in the field to work with local counterparts.
Okay, interesting to hear, because we also work as a think tank with a donor, which is in that case the European Commission, and we sometimes complain by far too much administration and far too little effective follow-up. So nice to hear that. Anyway, we turn back, let's say, to the country delegates. Let's say for a second series of questions, I'll probably go back to the representative from Eswatini. I mean, looking more towards the future, where what Taiwan, from your perspective, should prioritize. And I mean, in the context of what we just described, let's say deeper cooperation, innovation, strengthen governance capacity of projects, more social inclusion, more resilience. So, Minister, how do you look at this from Eswatini? Let's say, if you can dream, what should they do towards the future? Because you see the problems on a day-to-day basis, and then you say, look, that's what Taiwan should do.
Thank you very much. I think, again, one of the things that truly excites me and His Majesty's government in the nature of the partnership with ICDF is that they structure the interventions from the voice of the customer, in this case, Eswatini being the customer. And I think this is really commendable because it speaks to our strategic intent and then resolves the problems in an incremental fashion based on the examples, rather the example I just gave now. But your question is that going forward, then, what excites us? In the Kingdom of Eswatini, we are now transitioning towards inclusive industrialization. And we want to build a smart industrial park, an innovation industrial park that is going to leverage on the capacity and skills that the government of Taiwan has been investing in our people. There's thousands, not hundreds, thousands of young people right now that have been trained in this country across different disciplines, across various sectors, whether it's the pharmaceutical sector, whether it is the energy sector, whether it is, manufacturing, engineering. There's been a very broad spectrum of capacity building that ICDF and the Taiwanese government has invested in intentionally. We are now at a point of saying then, how do we create an environment that absorbs the skills so that when they get back home, they make a difference? So the project that we are now venturing into with ICDF is to establish what we call a Taiwan Industrial Innovation Park in Eswatini. It's a project that His Majesty as well as the President of Taiwan have actually launched formally. We are now going through the mechanics of how all of that capability building is going to be absorbed into an industrial legacy but driven mainly by Taiwanese investors who are going to be getting into Eswatini to see how they can then start exporting products that are made in Eswatini to the region. Now, please understand, we already have a number of Taiwanese companies operating in Eswatini that export all the way to the US of A using AGOA, and to the African continent using what we call the African Continental Free Trade Area. But we want to now climb up the value chain and look at how we beneficiate and end up with quality products so that the quality of employment and therefore the lives of the people in Eswatini meet His Majesty's vision for the people of Eswatini to be ultimately lifted out of poverty. So ICDF is working very intentionally hand in glove with the Eswatini government to transition to this industrial revolution, as I call it, and this project is one of the ones that I think is going to be a benchmark to look at when it comes to development assistance from ICDF.
Okay, very clear. I mean, skills, people, intangibles, things which, you hope they are there, let's say, but you cannot really quantify. I mean, of course, you could quantify it to some degree, but it's not easy. You hope, let's say, you can have this upscaling of skills in the population. A very simple answer. The same question to Minister Barnoya from Guatemala. How do you look at it from your perspective? What are the things you would prioritize if you were to be sitting at ICDF and giving aid to, for example, Guatemala? What is your priority?
Well, probably considering the current scenario in Guatemala would be building a sustainable, resilient healthcare system. That will require, first of all, time, second, funding, money, and last but not least, and probably the most important, political will. Sustainability will always be an issue. And again, I think among the few things I can think that determine the sustainability is the financial structure, the political, and then finally the social commitment and empowerment. Whatever project we embrace into needs to be owned by the community, and Dr. Wan mentioned among the pillars of the Taiwan model, community involvement. The more we involve communities and take communities be part of the project from early in the stages, I think the more likely it is to be sustainable. The other issue that we need to worry about is competing priorities and competing interests. There's only so much money that international donors can provide. There's so many countries with so many needs. So we need to realize that there's always going to be this competing interests, competing priorities. So we need to make sure that we're looking for the low-hanging fruit and where we could get the high return for the better investment.
Okay, very clearly. So it's more money, time, let's say practical issues. I turn to the representative from Palau. How do you see it from your perspective? What is, if you look at them, what should be your priority for the future?
Thank you for the opportunity. Palau has got a lot of things going on with ICDF, and I'm so happy and proud of that. Currently, ICDF is working with in Palau, women do the farming, and so they're working with our women on taro. So now they're moving into taro flour. And so that's important because we've had approach from Taiwan saying, please import or export some taro flour to Palau. So that's kind of a promising industry for Palau. Although we still need to improve and plant some more. So women are working hard on that. That's a lot of ICDF initiative. Same time, we have the horticulture that ICDF had helped us to bring new seedlings to Palau because our local animal stuff has been, it's almost like brothers and sisters. So we need to bring new seeds outside of Palau to have new generation. That's also been done with ICDF to increase production of our horticulture. Then comes aquaculture. Giant clam is the longest aquaculture in Palau. And it's the easiest way to do it because you don't have to feed clams. Palau is very fortunate to have one of the most cleanest water in the world. And so clam flourish when you do clam farming. But with clam, there's a layer of that as being a citrus product. So there are a lot of layers to get clam out of Palau, especially for a citrus country. That's procedural, not a problem. But now comes finfish farming. The biggest problem in the Pacific, including Palau, is the feed for finfish. And Palau is so fortunate that the ICDF also provide the mill stuff to make food for pigs. So now we need to have a simple recipe for finfish feed. And we talked about milkfish earlier. I talked about milkfish. And so we identify now what ingredients are available in Palau in order for us to create the finfish feed. Because if we don't, aquaculture is never going to take off in Palau. Because by the time you raise your finfish, it's so expensive because the feed is very expensive. And that we're seeking assistance also from ICDF. So to have the most simplest recipe for milkfish, and with the mill machine and aquaculture, they can also do fish feed. So now just a matter of identifying ingredients available in Palau to come up with the most suitable feed for the fish so we can make local finfish feed. Yeah, that's what we need, or at least to see aquaculture in Palau.
Interesting to hear that. Let's say probably Juliana can react on that. I mean, you see three totally different reactions. So one says skills, the other one says political will, and let's say we need to have the governance and we need to have the money. And then the third person says, the president of Palau, no, we need to have one specific thing. We need to have the feed for the fish. Meaning, can you develop a development policy if you see this?
Ivan, what?
Can you develop a development policy if you hear this? You have to be so adapted to the local circumstances,
right,
to the local political environment, to the local ecological environment, to the economic circumstances, to the people you have.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that is the challenge every development agency finds themselves in, which is there are a lot of needs, and that's just a reality of the world we live in. But you cannot address all of them, and you need to focus on where your value added is. I think for Taiwan's case, it's really based on practical, technical, and more capacity building activities, leaving things behind. And of course, you need the political will. Of course, you need the capital, right? If you're changing a government every year and the project you started 4 years ago, it's not going to continue. It's not going to be successful, and it's not going to be sustainable. I think something that aid agencies need to do very well, and that applies for Taiwan ICDF, but applies to any other aid agency, is to make sure that the projects they're proposing make sense. They're not a whim of maybe a current government, and that may be a hard discussion to have. But it really needs to be something very grounded on the country's needs. So having a good understanding of the country and the needs will be key for developing that factor that you will need to have in order to have successful projects. But I think when you look at specific sectors that should be prioritized, as I see the case of Latin America, which I know is very different from some of the needs of other countries. But in the case of Latin America, a lot of the countries are middle income, as I've mentioned. And I think there is a big need to help them move beyond what's already been done, and help them move beyond a commodity-based economy towards a more industrialized economy, right? And that's something that you can do with technology, you can do with capacity building, you can do with all of these things that you've mentioned before. And something interesting is that if you look at, for instance, the China model of development, it's really focused on that commodity-based model. And when you look at a true partner in development, you would want to leave something behind and not only be an extractive industry. And that applies for all of the 8 agencies, which also we have to say the West has been guilty of being extractive in the past. So I agree, so I see the argument, but we're changing the models and things can change. So I think it's important to kind of keep moving up the supply chain value in industrialization, in technology, in capacity building. And also understanding that it's not going to be a scenario where a small country like Taiwan can compete dollar by dollar with a multilateral development bank or with China, and that's just never going to happen. But bridges and ports and roads are very enticing for governments, and it's also very hard for a government to say no when there is just a good deal on the table. So I think it's not a matter of telling countries what to do or where to go. It's a matter of giving them the choice and the autonomy for them to kind of take that road, the road they decide on.
Mr. Secretary General, you want to react, let's say, to the examples you heard about the priorities they have for the future? Because I also want to take questions from the public, let's say, or reactions from the public, let's say, to what you have heard, or eventually examples, let's say, from others which have been interacting with the ICDF. So you could prepare your questions while I ask the question to the Deputy Secretary General. Any reaction, let's say, on the priorities you heard for the future from the ICDF?
I think all our panelists, what they talk is crucial for the country's future developments. But in the future, ICDF, of course, will respond to the need of our partner countries because our project is on the basis of a need, not the supply. Okay. And however, if we think a longer-term development of any of the partner countries, the key criteria should be the capabilities. And the capability, yesterday I mentioned, capability pool. Capability pool is just like a fish pond in Palau, but as a development agencies, we cannot put everything, we cannot put all the fishes in a pond. As ODA agencies, so we think there are several things necessary to enrich the ponds for the future, for any countries. First of all, of course, the talent, the people, the training of the people with the capacity to respond to the uncertainty in the future. The second, the institutional building. Yeah, any kind of, all the democratic countries, I think, is run by the government. And therefore, the efficiency of the government, how to provide it quicker response to the people. People's need become crucial. Yeah. And the third is the governance. The governance, especially Taiwan will use our technology advantages. We use ICT, AI, or even Taiwan's, already very sound technologies into our project. Yeah, AI, ICT is not a purpose. It's just the route to the successful. Otherwise, ICT is very difficult for normal people to understand, even to learn. ICDF has responsibility to expand the function of ICT, AI to the general public. That I think that is the the mandate as Taiwan's ODA agencies. We have the responsibility to use Taiwan's competitive advantages, promote to the world. Yeah, so I think this pool also covered the inclusiveness. Yeah, inclusiveness. All the minorities, women, youth should be included into the country's development. And of course, resilience. Resilience. We need to build up the resilience for our partner countries. When they face the uncertainty, they have a capability to make a choice, how to adjust, how to adapt to the outside natural disaster or outside risk to make a country can be smoothly continuous moving forward to the successful road.
That's impressive. I mean, you can bring this knowledge transfer because you have seen it in your own country in 1 or 2 generations, which you can bring this knowledge transfer, which you mentioned, and also, I mean, through the use of ICT, I mean, AI and so on. It's fantastic what you can do. I look around, let's say anybody wants to raise a question, a point. I see anybody? No? I thought I saw somebody at the back. No? Who wants to raise a question? Let's say to the audience. Who wants to raise a question about the performance? Yes, there's somebody over there. If you introduce yourself, please, and try to be brief and say to whom you ask a question, unless it's for the whole panel.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you to the presenters. I think you have made the issues that Taiwan ICDF doing in terms of development in the countries where they operate. My name is Blaise Okinyi from Kenya. And my journey to Taiwan started in 2022 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, when I met Alex Shi, Yunting Sen, and Regine Liu. Yeah, I think they are here. And also, I hosted them also in Nairobi during the UNEA 30 conference. Now, my question is to ICDF. Many of the developing countries where you operate and where we have cooperation more so in terms of development, as we are aware of the challenges that Taiwan faces in the outside world, but ICDF is really trying to reach out to the countries where they can cooperate. So now, we have had several development cooperations with so many countries in the world. That is, be it the European countries, the American countries, the Asian countries. Yeah, so many of our countries have had development cooperation and approaches. But you realize that the challenge that is there is that there is always that dependency burden that is always there. For example, we may have cooperation in terms of agricultural development, but you realize that those countries still become reliant. So my question is, what is ICDF, Taiwan ICDF, doing or intending to do differently so that the development cooperation that they bring to these countries enables the countries to take off and be independent, be self-reliant, so that it's different from the approaches that have always been there from other development partners. Yeah, so I want to leave my question there to make it short, but
It was already long.
So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very precise question for Alex. I don't know, I look around. Is there somebody else who wants to raise another point? Yes, there's somebody over there. And then we can 2 or take 3 questions at once. Very good.
Thank you so much, moderator. I am Ifeoma Okoye from Nigeria. We appreciate ICDF a lot for their capacity in trying to shape human capabilities. And Nigeria will benefited. But my question is direct to the ICDF Deputy Secretary General. ICDF has been scaling up their capacity to humanity and skills recently. But it tweets towards government, public sector. What is ICDF doing to ensure that public sector too are incorporated? Because most times you see public sectors are the drivers of the economy and development. So I want to know, thank you so much.
Okay, I start with these 2 questions, and probably you can take another question then, but I have other questions for the audience. So it was all directed to ICDF. Alex?
So I have to answer quickly, otherwise I will forget. When I answer the first one, I will forget the second one.
The first one is on the self-sustainability.
Okay, yeah, I know. I think for my friend from Kenya, Taiwan ICDF's publicity and reputation in our partner countries is much more famous than in Taiwan. So when you visit our partner countries, you talk about the people, you talk about the civil society, you talk about the governments. I think most of the people, when you mention Taiwan Tech Mission, the first reaction is sum up. The first reaction. However, in Taiwan, not too many people knows ICDF. So today, please, all the media, no matter where you sit, please just promote Taiwan ICDF. Promote Taiwan's foreign aid as many as possible as you can. Yeah, so my suggestion to my friend from Kenya, when you go back, you just talk to your governments. You can make comparison. Aid from Taiwan is different with aid from China. Our project is very grassrooted. People can touch, can feel, can understand, can benefit from our project. But when, China provided assistance to the country, only a few people understand. And also from the public media, you heard a lot of criticize regarding the debt burden. Yeah, so it's a choice. And why we need to build up the capacity pool? Finally, is to build up the capacity of the people, make right choice for the country's future development. Okay, so the second question, I really forgot. What's
the public sector, how do you interact with the public sector in the donor country?
Okay, so currently, our minister and also our Secretary General pursue about the Allied Publicity Project. It's kind of a PPP. Yeah, we understand aid only from the public, from ICDF, is not enough. Even though this year my government decided to give ICDF 100 million more budget for our overseas operation. However, we understand it's still far more not enough. So we need to invite our very ambitious, very active private sector to join with us. Yeah, today I'm very happy there are several very, very big boats, worldwide class big boats here. They cooperate with Taiwan ICDF to work in Palau, in Paraguay, in Eswatini, or even in Guatemala. So I think the PPP in Taiwan, if you understand, if you know Taiwan ICDF, you will see how to work the PPP. We also welcome you to work with us. We can duplicate our experience to Nigeria. Thank you.
But do you speak with the local governments in these countries?
Yeah, our project, we have a direct counterpart, of course, from the government. the government. The project, if we need sustainabilities, we must have counterpart from our partner country can take over, can smoothly manage the project when the project is completed. So from the government, of course, the government will choose some of the project field in the local municipality government to work together as a stakeholder in the field.
Okay, thank you. I see Juliana wants to react, but I look around. If there are any other questions, please raise your hand. I see another question there, but you want to react first?
I'll react quickly just to what the Secretary was saying, because it is true that Taiwan ICDF in our research, at least in Latin America, and from what he's saying, it's the same in other regions. It's very much government to government, and it's funneled, the aid is funneled directly through the government. And that always needs to be the case. I mean, you always have to work with the government, right? Like that has to happen. But I think there's also a missed opportunity to give projects greater visibility and give it greater public awareness when you're not working directly with civil society, when you're not working directly with the business sector. So while I understand the geopolitical reasons to focus on the government, I think there are also reasons why the focus should expand a bit more in terms of including other sectors.
Thank you. We had another question there. If you could introduce yourself as well, please.
Sure, of course. My name is Christopher Millward. I'm CEO of Last Nautical Mile. We build digital infrastructure projects in island and coastal nations worldwide. And I want to ask about security, namely cybersecurity, as the threat surface for all of these, all of the recipient countries is expanded as we build out the capacity. And I want to understand to what extent ICDF or the host countries are building capacity or addressing that issue, because daily we build secure systems. That's what we do. But it is notable that often that is an afterthought in building out digital infrastructure. And when it becomes an afterthought, it becomes an unmanageable threat long term that I think these countries are poorly, these recipient countries are poorly equipped to deal with. So I'd be interested in any of the panelists addressing that issue.
Yeah, certainly interesting question. If you think, for example, about cyber finance in Sawatini.
Yeah, and we can relate directly to that. We just have some cyber attacks to the government recently, and it's like changing a flat tire in a moving car. We have outdated software and hardware already. And now on top of that, you have cybersecurity threats. So now you have to update both your hardware and software, but on top of that, make sure these are safe. That takes money, time, and also engagement from the users. You know, for the most part, I mean, I see a lot of gray hair here. We're very resistant to technological change. And a couple of weeks ago, I tried to log into my email in my cell phone, and they asked me for another level of security. I called the IT guy, I said, what's wrong with here? Like, well, you asked for more security, now you have more security. I think that's a constantly moving target. It's gonna take time, commitment, and money. If the more, I mean, there's a lot of talk about technology, digitalization, it's expensive, and we need to make sure, I was discussing with, I'm blanking your name, sorry. Who's gonna own your data? You're gonna put your data out there in the cloud? You want government to own it? You want a private company to own it? That discussion needs to happen early in the process, and it's even more relevant for countries like Guatemala, where we're 10, 20 years behind in the technological race.
Okay, very clear answer. Anybody else? Otherwise, I look again at the audience, or otherwise I have a final question for the panel. I look around again, I see nobody else at this moment, but probably I look back to the panel for a final question, because we have about 10 minutes left. I mean, final question, what is the most distinctive feature of Taiwan and Taiwan ICDF in bringing to its development partners? And then how would you, of course, a bit related to the previous question, look at this towards the future and build this out. So probably we start with the representative from Eswatini. Minister, what is the most distinctive element in your cooperation with ICDF?
One of the things I like about this week is we see the convening power of ICDF, wherein we have in the room multiple development agencies that work with ICDF or aspire to work with ICDF. And I think that's one of the distinguishing attributes of ICDF, the fact that they seek to harmonize their interventions with all the other developmental agencies that are playing in that space in each of the jurisdictions where they come to intervene. Secondly, and most importantly for me, it's this idea that they really listen to the needs of the country. And I can't say this enough. I think I've harped on this point a few times today and yesterday when I had an opportunity as well. They are uniquely different in that sense where they don't tailor-make a solution for you and then come and present it, and it's not a solution that you find inflexible, but rather they really listen to say, what are your strategic objectives? What are you trying to do as a country? And how can we plug in? How can we be a part of that? And they adapt their model as we go and improve it so that it speaks to resilience and it speaks to self-sustenance so that you're not necessarily dependent on ICDF for that program to survive, but once they've intervened, you can then have the systems, the capacity, the capability, the innovation, the digital solutions to then drive it yourself. And we're really, really happy about that.
That's fantastic to hear. Also, this is not the classic consultant, if I take it. Okay, Mr. Minister Bernaya, perspective from your side, what is unique in working with ICDF?
I would say it's country-led priorities as opposed to donor or ICDF-led priorities. I think it's fundamental to have that continuous communication and flexibility or resilience, which is the word that we use now, about how we change the funding system, the funding mechanisms, depending on the priorities. Also, how we evaluate projects. There has to be more evaluation than just if the money was well spent, but also if it really made a difference on the healthcare system, but also, most importantly, if it made a difference in individuals. Of course, data speaks, statistics speaks, but ultimately we're talking about human beings here.
Thank you. Ambassador Adams, a specific response from your side?
Yes, I want to thank ICDF for the great collaboration with the people of Palau, especially the locals. We're very fortunate for them to have that presence in Palau. And so that collaboration, for me, is the key. Because currently, of course, we do have a local knowledge in what we do. But ICDF bring innovative other ideas, other thinking, and work together with locals to collaborate that together. So our local practice don't necessarily have to be lost. It's a collaboration. That itself is our number one advantage with ICDF. So I want to thank them for doing that. And then, of course, we talked about medical. Palau government and Taiwan government has its own relationship in terms of medical. So we do bring our patient to Taiwan from government to government. But ICDF also provide educational opportunities for our students. And currently they're helping our students through master program and also PhD. They have one PhD that just graduated this semester, but those are the areas that we want to continue to work with ICDF and enhance them. Well, all there is thank ICDF for their presence. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic to hear. Any reaction from Juliana on that? I mean, from your dealings with development policy?
Yeah, I think I've mentioned several of those, but I think one that we haven't entirely brought up is values and how much values matter in international development. And I think in a value-based system, and I think it's something Taiwan prides itself in, having the values of democracy, having the values of independence, etc. But I think in this value-based model, you are less likely to have a donor that is more paternalistic, that is going to leave you with less autonomy or not strengthen your institutions. In the contrary, I think a value-based partner will give a country more autonomy in the long term, will create stronger institutions, less corruption, and more diversified economies that have more opportunities for growth. So ultimately, I do think that matters, and the value proposition and the values proposition is something that we shouldn't forget because it matters at the end.
Okay, fantastic. Mr. Deputy Secretary General, you want to react still? Of course, you heard all nice things. I think there's not too much for you to react to. I mean, you can only be happy.
Very quick response. First of all, the cybersecurity and the digital connectivities are two of our major concerned issues when we implement our ICT project. And for the future, of course, first of all, I think listen. We will continue to listen our partner, our ally country, our partner country, what's their need. And internally, we are continually to improve our operation with more efficient, effective ways and deliver more valuable product for our partner countries. So that is what I think in the future I wish we can continue to do for our partner countries.
Okay, thank you. That was a very interesting panel. If I summarize what I take away, certainly very many positive messages, but I take away, let's say, that what ICDF does, let's say, is focusing, bringing skills, bringing people, bringing expertise, bringing know-how, but also bringing time and money. And then, of course, sometimes the difficulty is interacting with local politics, which may be a problem, but that is part of the game, I would say. But also, the focus on self-sustainability, the practical effort, let's say, the capacity to review projects, which is important, let's say, but also, yeah, as I said, self-sustainability is a very important element that you give aid, but the intention is, let's say, that the country in question or the community in question can, in the end, let's say, scale up and be ready to face, eventually without aid, the projects in which we were co-financed before. Anyway, let's say we had a very interesting panel in the sense that we had three totally different perspectives from totally different angles. Let's say a country in Africa, a country in the Pacific, and then a country in Central America. And what I heard very well at the end, let's say, is a strong appreciation about the way in which ICDF is working. The last comments which came from from the floor, but also from the panel, let's say, what is appreciated is, for example, this convening power, which we see here today, that ICDF manages to listen, the value they bring. I think that's one of the most important things, the value in the broad sense of the word, the communication. Probably the one thing I could add is that what is being asked, let's say, that certainly also from ICDF itself, let's say, the visibility of the project, because it in the end has to do with taxpayers' money, that you have to be able to translate what is being done to a public at large, so what we are doing, and that's, I think, why also you organize this conference, is extremely important, let's say, that you explain, look, why we are doing it, and what it adds, and what it brings, even also to Taiwan itself, let's say, what does it bring public here to be involved in a project, in many cases, very far away. So with this, I would like to thank the panel. I think I found it very interesting to hear these concrete experiences. So thank you, Minister, and then Ambassador Adams, and then Deputy Secretary General and Juliana. I found it a very interesting panel, and I hope, let's say, I can get an applause from the audience.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists for your insightful, inspiring sharing. So we would like to take a group photo. So at this time, I would like to invite Secretary General Dr. Huang Yulin of Taiwan CDF to join the group photo. So our moderator and panelists, could you please take a step to the front and let's take a commemorative photo together. Thank you once again for joining our panel discussion. All right, so let's take a photo together. Please look at the camera in the front and give us your best smiles. 3, 2, 1. All right, how about give us a thumbs up for the photo shoot? A thumbs up, wonderful. All right, camera in the front. Thank you. One more. All right, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, we will now take a 15-minute coffee break. Refreshments and beverages are available in the reception area outside the venue. Please feel free to help yourselves and take this opportunity to network with fellow participants. As the reception area has limited space, we kindly encourage guests to take your refreshments back to the venue and continue networking inside in order to maintain a comfortable environment and smooth flow of movement. The symposium will resume promptly at 4 p.m. We kindly ask all distinguished guests to take note of the time. Thank you. Welcome back, distinguished guests. We will now proceed to the second panel discussion, Building Resilience Through Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships, Advancing Sustainable Prosperity with Innovative Approaches. Amid the multiple challenges posed by climate change, digital transformation, and geopolitical tensions, how to integrate diverse stakeholders, including governments, businesses, financial institutions, and international organizations to jointly advance sustainable development has become a key issue today. This session will focus on how, through international cooperation, sustainable finance, digital innovation, and public-private partnerships, multi-stakeholder collaboration can help build a more resilient and inclusive future. Before we begin the discussion, we are honored to share a special congratulatory video message from Mr. Patrick Huber, Acting Deputy Director of the U.S. EPA's Office of International and Tribal Affairs. Please join me in watching the video. 请播放影片.
Good morning to all the distinguished delegates joining today's milestone event. It's a pleasure to virtually join you to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund. I want to acknowledge Secretary General Huang and the Taiwan ICDF team for their leadership in organizing this event. This type of collaboration serves as a timely occasion to celebrate 30 years of accomplishments and to strategize on how we can all continue to work with Taiwan to align with emerging opportunities, priorities, and tools. Over the past 3 decades, Taiwan ICDF has held a diverse range of engagements with allies and regional partners on critical topics such as circular economy, agriculture, AI, and other issues. US EPA has appreciated our collaboration, including through providing expertise at solid waste management workshops, highlighting accomplishments and best practices at the previous Pacific Islands Environmental Training Symposiums, and supporting international side events such as those at Our Oceans Conference. In the future, we look forward to continuing to engage with Taiwan ICDF and other partners, such as those of you gathered today in this room, on circular economy, emergency response and preparedness, water quality and reuse, and other priority environmental topics. Taiwan's leadership and expertise are critical to addressing ongoing and emerging concerns. We look forward to continuing our partnership with Taiwan and all of you as we pursue a more resilient future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick Huber, for your warm remarks and continued support. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to the moderator and panelists of the session. First today, our moderator, Ms. Juliana Rubio, Associate Director of the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Welcome. We are also pleased to welcome the following panelists, Mr. Hans Ludwig Buhuns, Indonesia and ASEAN Country Director, Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ. Welcome. And also Ms. Andrea Kivi, Chief Executive Officer, Estonian Center for International Development, ESTEF. Welcome. Mr. Drasvan Albu, Principal of Telecommunications, Media and Technology, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. Welcome. And Mr. Stein Shi, Chairman of PORIMA. And also Ms. Xie Peifen, Deputy Secretary General of the Taiwan ICDF. And now, Ms. Juliana Rubio, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and to Taiwan ICDF for bringing us all together. In case you missed me last panel, I'm Juliana Rubio, Associate Director with the Americas Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. We are a Washington, D.C.-based think tank. And in the Americas Program, we cover everything from Canada to Argentina. And we cover issues related to cooperation, governance, economic resilience, security, and a lot more issues that fit within our portfolio. So I'm happy to be joined today by such a superb group of experts. And to guide the conversation, I wanted to start by asking each of our panelists to give us a bit of background on their organization, what they do, and where they're having the most impact. And Mr. Razvan, since you're directly to my right, I'll start with you. Please tell us a little bit about what you're doing and where you're having your impact.
Thank you very much. My name is Razvan Albu. I am a principal at the EBRD's Digital Hub. EBRD is a multilateral development bank. We work across more than 40 economies, and our approach is essentially built around transition impact. It's built around additionality, and it's built around sound banking. What I do in my day-to-day job is I try to enable digital transformation, AI, and cybersecurity to the bank's clients. Most of our clients are in the private sector, so over 70% of the EBRD's business is done with the private sector. And we use these projects to basically signal the market for change and for adaptability and for long-lasting impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hans.
It's working, right, okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for the warm welcome and for the invitation. My name is Hans Bruns. I'm the GIZ Country Director for Indonesia and ASEAN. German corporation, we work on behalf of the German government and implement the policies of the German government in very close cooperation with our partner countries. We are working in over 100 countries. We have a staff of like 20,000 people working in those countries, mostly national staff. We are working in capacity development in different fields. We actually identify with the partner governments in the fields like energy transition, in the field like climate change, in the field of sustainable economic development, and many other fields. So maybe this is the part for my introduction. I'm working with GIZ since 18 years now, and before that I was in the private sector, sorry.
Thank you very much. Andrea, please.
Thank you so much. Once again, happy birthday. It's a quite big anniversary. ESTEV is Estonian-funded technology. So yeah, ESTEV is under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We were founded 5 years ago, so quite young, but Estonia has been doing development aid already for more than 27 years. What we do is we share the best expertise and knowledge that Estonia has. I think most of you know that Estonia is well known in digitalization and education. So this is what kind of experience we share with less developed countries, and we are happy to do that, to share the experiences, solutions, expertise, what we can find. I want to thank ICDF. A month ago, you were in Estonia. We signed an MOU. Basically, it's like a marriage between us. So we have a partnership with each other that we support and share our best expertise. And I'm happy that we are here now in Taiwan, and we can visit and see your factories, see the rehabilitation center that we are at the moment focusing on both supporting Ukraine. So thank you for that. And I do hope that we have a good panel today with you to discuss and share the best solutions and expertise. Thank you.
Excellent. And Stan, please.
My name is Stan Xi, the founder of the Acer Group, but I retired at the 2004, more than 20 years ago. But before I retired, I renamed the Acer Group to become an ABW business family. Business family, that's Acer, BenQ, and Wistron. And now it's become AAQW business family. Acer, AUO, Keystar, and Wistron. And today, the business family have 46 of the publicly listed company. And the total revenue is more than, I believe this year will be more than 140 billion US dollar. So this is a new way of the management of the company. It's a business family, it's not a family business. And this is based on my Wang Dao philosophy. Today I call it New Wang Dao. Wang Dao original is King's Way, and today is for 21st leaders' way for 21st century, especially for AI era. So personal today, I'm fulfill my PSR. I don't have any corporate, only the personal social responsibility. I involved too many projects right now. In 1989, I have a vision for Taiwan called High-Tech Island and the Global Citizen. I consider the high-tech island is the scope we can create the value. And we like to deliver the value to internationally, all over the world. The approach is very simple. It's become a corporate citizen and become a global citizen approach. This is the way I think what I heard about that section, panelists, the ICDF is play on that role. Is the local corporate citizen approach. I believe is a good way, and I am committed to participate on ICDF project to help all our align the prosperity. Talking about the new Wang Dao philosophy is very simple. Creating the value, balancing of the interest to all the stakeholders, and then sustainable development. And then when we're talking about value, you have to thinking about direct, indirect, tangible, intangible, current, and the future. So usually people pay attention on the visible one, current and direct and tangible value. But from a leader, need to pay more attention on the invisible value, is indirect, intangible, and the future value. So the talent, I also heard about ICDF talking about the key is really talent development. My foundation, Stancy Foundation, is cultivating the talent, try to develop the leader for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Python.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pei Xie, Deputy Secretary General of the Taiwan ICDF. So as you all know, today we celebrate our 30th birthday. So we have been working in many countries, including currently, we have 22 missions in 21 countries. We work with public sector, private sector, academia, think tanks, NGOs, INGOs, and that's why we are all here today. So I'm really happy again to welcome you all and see you all today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those introductions. It's great to get to know you a little bit more. And I think today's panel comes at an important moment. The development landscape is changing quickly. Resources are more constrained, partner countries' needs are becoming more complex, and the politics around development cooperation are shifting. That makes the question of how different actors work together even more important. And that is what brings us today. Panel number 2, Building Resilience Through Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships. And to start off the conversation, I wanted to start with you, Razvan. Development finance is increasingly emphasizing bankability, blended finance, guarantees, and private capital. How do you make sure that projects are not only financially viable, but also sustainable and helpful for long-term development?
Thank you very much for the question. So in the case of the EBRD, I think this is built into the model that the bank operates on. As I've said earlier, basically we have three principles that we use in every single transaction that we do. And that is to generate transition impact, to be additional, and to respect sound banking principles. And we attempt to help our economies become more competitive, better governed, more resilient, more inclusive, greener, and we do so by combining financing with policy dialogue, with concessional finance, with standards, and with, of course, private sector mobilization. And I think that, in the context of today's discussion, I would like to mention that public and concessional financing are very powerful when they are able to unlock new business. And the aim is therefore not to replace private markets, but rather to use the resources to create markets, to mobilize additional private capital, and to make sure that this supports long-term development outcomes. And of course, our partners of Taiwan ICDF are instrumental in providing such resources for us. And we use those to basically build long-term sustainability across the project that we invest in.
Okay, thank you so much. Hans, turning to you, GIZ has worked extensively on climate resilience, net zero transition, and technical and vocational educational training. You work in Indonesia and the ASEAN countries. What lessons from that experience are most relevant for countries trying to build that resilience while still prioritizing job growth and job creation?
Thank you very much for the question. So as I said in the beginning, we are a state-owned entity. We belong to the German government. So usually our implementation is based on a strategy, a country strategy with the respective country. Yeah. So we build on this. It would be good to have a vision, but at least we need a strategy. So for example, when we look into Indonesia, there's a strategy for JET-P, so just energy transition, to actually avoid coal and coal mining until 2045. This is under the motto Golden Indonesia. This is actually 100 years after the independence from the Netherlands. So this is what it is based on, and here we support with capacity development when it comes to energy transition. It needs a very long commitment. We rather go for the long shot, and it needs also, a lot of, you also need to create awareness, of course, amongst your partner and your political partner, but also, of course, in the industry, right? Because there's, of course, a shift from a very labor-intensive policy to less labor-intensive policy. But they also need to understand that, for example, sustainable energy, renewable energy also creates a lot of labor and jobs, yeah, and can also generate income. This is, of course, for a government like Indonesia, where millions of people are still working in the service sector, like delivery stuff, for example, millions on a motorcycle. It's extremely difficult to get them into jobs and to higher educate those people, right? So here we try to support when it comes to education, when it comes to labor migration, when it comes to technical and vocational training, but also digitalization, for example. It's a very long shot, I have to say that. We are not supporting with financial support. We rather do capacity development in different sectors. And yeah, this is what we hope for, that also the government in the future will lead to that, to their goal actually to become free of coal mining and coal fueling, right? And this also needs, of course, a very stable financing strategy in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hans. And Andrea, turning to you, Estonia is seen as a model for digital governance, but digital transformation, it's also about trust, about institution, about public sector capacity. So what do you think are the most important lessons from Estonia's experience that could be transferable to other partner countries?
Not working. Oh, working. Thank you so much again. I need support of using the microphone and being digitalized country from. So it's funny.
I think those are unrelated. So
yeah, I know. Thank you. I'm proud to say that the Estonian digital success is a story and a proof that solutions, smart solutions, can be like a transformation for the entire country. We would like to, and we will do, share our experiences and what we have done. So lessons learned, we share that we have done already. What I would say also that everything comes to trust. When I'm talking about digitalization, it doesn't mean only infrastructure. It's not cables, it's not software, it's not hardware. It's also capacity building, trainings for the officials. When we go to the country, we don't push our solutions there because it might not work in these countries. We are looking into a 360 approach, which means that when we go to the country that needs support from us, we first seek what is their needs, what are their capabilities, first of all, understanding what is their legal situation, what kind of data they have, what kind of registers they own, and then further on, putting together with the government the best solutions that can be provided to the country. For example, in Kenya, I know that there was one person here, I don't see him anymore at the moment, who was talking about Kenya solutions. We just, with GIZ, we had a first e-governance project in Kenya. And just recently, a year ago, we finished this project, which helped Kenya register birth online, which is a huge step. In Estonia, it's very common. In Estonia, it's very easy. Like when you give birth, basically your child will get personal identity code, and then later on it's possible to register the name online. You don't have to go to any institutions. You don't need to bring any papers. Everything's done online. In Kenya, it wasn't, so it took us a time, but it was a good experience. But again, I have to say that we need to understand what's the situation, and we understood that the same solution that we had in Estonia, it's not possible to transfer to Kenya. So we needed to adapt it and find the best solution for them. And once again, I have to say that digitalization and e-governance and e-services for the citizens of Estonia, it didn't come overnight. It took a long time and a lot of trust and listening to our citizens, what their needs are. So definitely, this is the basic solutions and the lessons learned that we learned when we digitalized our e-services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Stan, from the private sector perspective, what makes development projects commercially viable while still responding to the local needs of the population?
Thank you. In order to welcome the zero-emission future, in the past 10 years, I am trying to develop a logistic EV. It's not sedan or and also for the road transportation. And then we have a polymer that we call that is the cruise tank. And then a company called Polymer is zero emission ship for the water transportation. And the position of the company, these two projects is, we call is carless car company, shipless ship company. That means we are develop the system, we bring in all the key components, mostly from Taiwan, of course, some sourcing from outside, and then we are going to transfer the know-how and the technology to the overseas, and they make the car, or they make the ship by themselves. And we are willing to help them even to localize some of the components to help them to develop their industry in the long run, because transportation is one of the big industry in the long run. And this, actually, I do the computer company and the web-based semiconductor company myself is initiated in the 80s on this approach, because this we call is paradigm shift from vertical integration into the vertical disintegration. So to build a new ecosystem for the sustainable future development and the resilience and also competitiveness is I am older enough, so I have a good experience to help the many countries. I am committed myself on that way. Thank you. Because zero emission is the future for all of us.
Thank you very much. Python, in the previous panel, we were talking about this concept of ICDF being a development collaboration platform. What would you say this looks in practice? What is this development platform look like? How is it changing the way Taiwan ICDF is working beyond the traditional technical and technical cooperation and capacity building?
Thank you. This is a very good question. So in today's world, we face multiple challenges. So it's no longer suffice for the Taiwan ICDF as an official ODA agency to just be a mere aid implementer. So that's why we are involving ourselves into a development collaboration platform, which means we incorporate resources domestically and internationally, including from the government, from private sectors, from financial institutions, from international organizations, from like-minded countries, and also from all parts of the society. So it's very important that we are not imposing a single fixed model of development, or that it's similarly important that we are not imposing our one-way development model, but instead we work together toward a common goal. So I'll give you a few examples. So we have been doing this in recent years. And we have been working with the United States in Paraguay, in Latin America, in Eswatini, in Africa, and also in Fiji, in the Pacific. So in Fiji, we have been working with the United States to develop an application for the primary healthcare workers there so that they can better serve the communities that lack the access to medical services. And the way we work with the United States is that the US provided the hardware, and we provided the software and the capacity building, the training. So we can work together to better the lives of the Fijian people. And because of the success of the application we created, actually other organizations such as JICA also tag along this app to make use of make better use of this application. So this is just one example that if we incorporate resources from different actors with different strengths, then we can create a better impact. And then we do not duplicate our work. We do not overlap our work in the field, but instead we work hand in hand, side by side, and then create a better impact. So that is why we mean that we are evolving into a development collaboration model where we invite different players, different actors, different stakeholders to work together with us.
Thank you so much. And bringing in our theme of collaboration, I wanted to go back to you, Razvan. and ask you about how in many countries those projects with the highest social value are not always the easiest to finance. That's when development banks come in, but also when the other partners you have around here come in. From your perspective, how can the multilateral development banks support this, but also how do you see this working with the other partners that you have around this panel?
Thank you for the question. So I think that's a central challenge for MDBs, because we must strive to mobilize capital, especially private capital, but at the same time focus on projects with long-term prospects as opposed to the easy projects, the short-term projects. And I think, generally speaking, we do so by bridging the gap. We support project preparation, we de-risk transactions, we provide regulatory reform, we introduce environmental and social standards. And a case in point, for example, when it comes to de-risking, would be risk-sharing frameworks. For example, in our countries of operations, we work with local financial institution partners, and what we do is we provide funded or unfunded guarantees whereby we take some of the risk away from them, and we essentially strive to make them finance projects that they otherwise would not necessarily look at. And I think this is an important way in which long-term results are obtained, and we help the economies that we participate in. And from this perspective, I think that collaboration with ODA agencies, with Taiwan ICDF is critical, because they can support upstream work. They can, while we essentially structure the projects, we finance the projects, and we mobilize the private capital that is needed to support these projects.
Okay, thank you so much. And in that vein, Hans, I wanted to ask, green projects are at times some of those that are harder to finance and sometimes have some trade-offs short-term for long-term results. From your experience, how can development partners help governments manage those political and economic trade-offs of the green transition, and especially when climate goals may conflict with short-term employment or industrial priorities?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Well, that's one of the biggest questions, right? So, as I said in the beginning, in Indonesia, for example, you have like a million of people of so-called Gojek drivers, delivery drivers, yeah? And you have a lot of people very work-intensive in the coal mining industry, for example, and other industries. So this will change tremendously, not only because the Indonesian government has decided to actually go for less coal, for example, but also there is the other part, which is AI, so artificial intelligence. So we do not know what impact this has, for example, for employment, right? So what we do and what we did, for example, in Pakistan, we introduced a big technical education and vocational reform program with the help and support of the European Union delegation, with Norway, with the Netherlands, and with Germany, of course. And this was driven by the government because they wanted to attract more and more young people into blue-collar jobs, yeah? Because everybody was opting, or the majority of graduates were opting for white-collar jobs, of course, for going to a university. And so they decided we need to have this program. And it was demand-driven because we worked together with the private sector. So only one example, DB Schenker, one of the biggest forwarder companies worldwide beside DHL and FedEx, were complaining that, well, graduates from school with like a BA, they just stayed there for half a year and then they left the company with DB Schenker on their CV, of course, right? And so we designed together with DB Schenker a curriculum for logistic assistance, for example, for 1 year in-company training, and together with the Vocational Training Center, for example. It was not the German dual system, although it's a bestseller still, yeah, but we introduced a CBT, rather a competency-based training, for example, which works in modules. And this project was extremely successful. And this is how you bring, of course, cohorts of young people, like in Pakistan, only 3 million graduates every year. In Indonesia, 4 to 6 million graduates from school. Somehow you give them a chance to come into work and to generate income. But this needs also a really lot of spending of the government into technical education and vocational training, and also the opportunity, for example, to at least support labor migration. So not as a brain drain, but see it also as a chance to bring those people, for example, to Germany or any other European country to actually qualify themselves to support the countries who have difficulties to find people in different qualification and bring them back after 5 to 10 years to their home country to support the economy as self-employment or as a company or whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hans. Andrea, looking at maybe bilateral cooperation and looking at the experience of medium-sized countries, like it's the case of Taiwan and Estonia, how do you think Taiwan and Estonia could use their development experience as an advantage in international cooperation, especially when they cannot compete with these large-scale donors?
Thank you, Ileana, for this question. It's a really good question. Estonia is a really small country, only 1.3 million citizens. So we definitely cannot compete with, let's say, mega donors or huge donors and everything. So I think we have been talking internally, seeing what are our best expertise that we can share. It's not only about money, giving out aid. It's also sharing the best experiences, best solutions, best knowledges that we have had. I think that also, from our point of view, is that we are small. STEV is quite small agency, but we are effective. We are quickly adaptable to all kind of situations. I think that's the main thing from our side. And how we operate is that we can put our expertise in Team Europe initiatives. Estonia is well known. We have experts. We have experts, for example, still who have supported negotiations in European Union. So we can use them. Then we have expertise being also once the country who received development aid. So we still remember everything, how we did, what we did. Also, like I previously talked about, e-governance, e-services. So we recently just did the transformation. So we still have the history, the remembering of the things, how we did it. So this is what we can support on. And coming back to that is that how we do our projects, they are always tailor-made solutions. And for example, working with ICDF, I'm happy that we have been in the negotiations with ICDF how we can support together Ukraine in rehabilitation. So we have the expertise, ICDF have the expertise, and also we're in the negotiations with Ukrainian side to understand what are their needs. So I think this is the best one, how we can, as a small country, contribute with. So this is how we operate. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Stan, I wanted to hear a little bit about Parima's hydrogen power vessel technology, because I think it speaks to a great way to do sustainable tourism, to make transportation greener, and it's a way to ease the carbon transition. But what conditions would you need to have in a country in order to make these type of technologies work? How can these technologies be adopted locally, and what do local countries need?
Okay, I'm the entrepreneurship. I enjoy doing something from nothing, 0 to 1, and a lot of navigation. So my motto is talking about challenge the difficulty, break through the bottleneck, create the value. What I am talking about is always talking about value, but the value is a lot of invisible value for the future. So this is my mission, try to doing something. 50 years ago, when I founded the Acer, because the microprocessor technology, today is AI based on the microprocessor computing power. I do for 4-bit, 8-bit initially. So we don't get any money. The money is $25,000 from the co-founder. And then nobody interested to invest. I found a way. Because every year we double our revenue, we need the owner's equity to grow. So I get the money from the employee. Employee, they take 20% from their monthly salary, 50% of their yearly bonus, and then 2 years, they purchase the share of the company. Before 1984, 100% of the shareholder is employee, no outside investor until 1984. Okay, so this is so for many new initiatives, the money is important, but try to find a way. So right now I'm enjoying to put in the zero emission polymer ship to Taiwan, try to leverage the talent here, ecosystem here, try to build a new way. Because I'm a technology person, so this ship is repositioned as 20% ship, 80% of the technology. And today, I still have a difficulty to convince the investor to participate. So finally, I have to commit myself to make sure, demonstrate it can be work, new way, create value first. When you find a valuable one, then you can ask the professional to duplicate from 1 to n to multiple of the value. This is the approach. But the value, zero emission is the important value. But many politicians is not so critical. In the past, my experience is work with American company, and today I work with European company because Americans don't believe the climate change. So the technology is in the Europe. Sorry for that. That is true. So I work with European company, bring their technology to commercialize here and also industrialize here, and try to contribute to the global society. Actually, I know here is many ministers. I am not involved in the politician, but right now I'm the ambassador of the NICA. NICA is National Innovation Center for Aging. Anyone from UK here? And I formed a company called TICA, Taiwan Innovation Center for Aging, because aging society is also huge problem. We need to find the technology to solve all these issues. And I also become ambassador of the NICA. And today, NICA formed a Republic of the Longevity. So I'm also the minister of the Joyful and the Meaningful Technology Minister. So the technology also try to solve this issue for our society issue in the future. So I'm enjoying that because I believe I create value. Me too is not my style. I always try to a different way, not a common way. Break through the bottleneck, 0 to 1, navigate, always enjoy, made a lot of mistake, a lot of challenge. I don't like a comfortable zone. If I wake up without challenge, I don't enjoy that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stan. Python, we were speaking before in the panel about the needs of each country and the different areas of cooperation where they thought Taiwan could be most helpful. From your perspective, where do you think Taiwan ICDF has its strongest comparative advantage?
That is a very tough question because we have been working in many priority areas, including agriculture, public health, ICT, environment, education, and small and medium enterprises. So it's hard to pick. But I would say our strong suit is not in one single sector, but our strongest suit is our belief, our democratic belief. So for those of you who just visited Taiwan for this event, you may have found that Taiwan is a diverse society. It's a vibrant democracy. So we respect the differences of each people, each person. And that's very important because we reflect this ideology on our development work abroad. So we don't force a certain pattern of development, nor do we want to create a world of dependency, but rather we want to build the capabilities to create choices. So we want our partners to have the opportunity to choose. So whatever their backgrounds are, whatever their education is, whatever their social economic status is, we want them to have the ability to choose. So this morning, when we hear Minister Dr. Lin Jialong talk about Taiwan model, he mentioned the first pillar of Taiwan model is capacity building, and the second one is social empowerment. And that work together very well because we want to empower and we want to actually grow with our partner countries. So I think our most comparative advantage is our belief and our ability to connect and bridge. So we can connect all the resources at our hand, and then we can offer them to our partner countries to allow them to have the ability to create choices. That's very important for us. And I would just give another example. So in Eswatini, we have been working in women's financing, microfinancing for many years, for recent years. And we not only simply provide funds to the women there, women entrepreneurs there, but we also give them trainings, give them skill trainings, business management trainings, and we also try to build institutions there. So that institution and that the whole functionality can be sustained. So even without us, the women themselves can support themselves and support their families, support their communities. So that's what I would say is our strongest suit is that we believe in the ability of individuals and the capability of individuals to create choices for themselves.
Thank you so much for that. And I think with this round, we get a sense of what each of these actors can bring to the table. Now, the big question is how do we combine all of those expertise into a collaborative project? And Razvan, I wanted to ask about some of the big, expensive infrastructure projects, for instance, digital infrastructure. We were speaking before, the minister was saying it's expensive, you need a lot of capacity building, you need trust, you need all of these different aspects. So could you tell me how a multilateral development bank would have a role within this, but also if you see a role or what type of role do you see for your other colleagues around this panel supporting those large infrastructure, capital-intensive projects?
Thank you for the question. So I would say that for the EBRD, technology isn't, digital isn't a standalone technology agenda. It is an enabler of transition impact. And Taiwan ICDF basically helps us lead our clients to become more competitive, to become better governed, to become more resilient, to become more inclusive, and to become greener. And I would say, to sum up what's already been said by other panelists, that financing must be complemented by capacity building. I think that's very important, and it brings me to a question that was raised yesterday, and how I would have answered it a few years ago, and how I answer it now is digital a sector or a tool, was the question. And to that question, perhaps 3 years ago, I would have said, with my banker hat on, it is a sector. It is telecommunication, media, and technology. Nowadays, it's cross-cutting. So I think that we see digital across all sectors that we work on. For example, with the digital hub, the sectors that I look at primarily are manufacturing and services, agribusiness, real estate, natural resources, TMT, and I see digital all over them. So I would say, it's very important to move from straight, capital financing to ecosystems where each actor in that equation brings their own added value. The MDBs bring financing and mobilize capital. But local partners are able to replicate and scale these solutions. Through de-risking, we are able to achieve things that could not otherwise be done by just relying on local economies. So I would say, it's a matter of scaling up sustainably and being able to use digital and cybersecurity as a cross-cutting idea across all sectors that we work on.
Thank you so much. And Hans, GIZ it's a fairly large official development aid agency. How can an agency like GIZ work with smaller donors like Taiwan ICDF, like Estonia, and at the same time with those larger development banks? Are there any mechanisms by which GIZ tries to work together or coordinate?
Yes, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to compliment here. So I also agree with you. It's a tool, rather a tool than a sector. Maybe others disagree, but we also put like digitalization as a cross-cutting issue over all our sectors. For example, in Indonesia, we put this in like energy transition, in green energy, in forest, in urban development, for example. Yeah, and we have been also asked by the government of Indonesia to do so, yeah, to actually find digital solution also in the field of agriculture, for example, right? So what we usually do, we are quite a big agency, of course, right? But we are working together, for example, hand in hand with KfW. This is our bank of reconstruction. So, for example, we prepare so-called feasibility study for infrastructure investment, and then KfW would finance it as a loan, for example, right? The same as we are working in close cooperation and coordination with ADB, Asian Development Bank, for example, but also with other donors and organizations. So we are also, of course, looking into, as we also have to create business as GIZ in the future, as we are also now under budget constraints, right, like others. So we are looking into so-called co-financing opportunities with the European Union delegation, with other donor countries like Denmark, like Norway. We are also working together with Australian aid, for example, and also hopefully in the future with Taiwan and also with Estonia, right? So you do this already in Kenya, so why not in other countries in Asia? I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And staying with that, in that vein of technology, Andrea, I think a question in the panel before was about security. And something that I wanted to ask about is, what are the biggest risks when countries adopt digital governance tools or systems without paying enough attention to cybersecurity, to inclusion, to maintenance, or to institutional capacity?
Thank you for this question. I think that, I don't think I know, you need to have a government commitment. If you have the government commitment, you put together the policies, the framework of what you want to do if you want to have e-governance, e-services for your citizens. And I think that cybersecurity is a crucial part of it. Mr. Minister of Guatemala, we talked about data. Data now is an asset. So basically, when the citizens give information or data to the government, we need to assure that it's well preserved and there won't be any kind of data leaks. Otherwise, the trust from the citizens will be lost. It cannot be easily regained. In Estonia, we did the same thing. We did a lot of work before we started with our e-services. It took a lot of trust from the citizens, from every person in the country. For example, nowadays, everyone's very easily sharing their data in the social media, but it's very difficult to share data with the government. I don't know why that is. It's very easy to share with Facebook or Instagram, but with the government still, there are some trust issues. And coming back to that, it is important that everyone knows who owns the data and what is done with that. In Estonia, when we share data, citizens can access whoever has checked your data. For example, when I go to my Estonian portal, I see if somebody has checked in the registries my data. For example, police or tax authority. And I can always ask the government why my data was accessed. So that makes transparency and trust. And coming back to your question, that is why we need to preserve and have cybersecurity well ahead, and the government needs to have the commitment. We had one person also from Nigeria. I heard the question, and now I'm proud to say that we have one project in Nigeria also, where we support them with providing X-road solution, which simplified said is a safe way to transfer information between government and citizens. And I have to say that without the commitment from the ministry side, from the government side, this project won't be available to do. So commitment, policies, framework, this is something that needs to be kept in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And Stan, I wanted to ask you, when working with small countries or small economies, how do you balance innovation with affordability? How do you balance maintenance capacity and maintaining also local ownership?
Taiwan also a small country, but you have to find a sustainable approach. Actually, all the approach is innovation. The innovation is talking about creating value and can be executed. And of course, new way of the thinking. I always talking about out-of-box thinking within the box. The box is you have to create the value, can be execution, and create the value. So this is the mindset, and the mindset, change my mindset first. The second one, you need to develop a mechanism to allow for new way of doing things. And then, of course, they can continue to implement. Actually, for example, the cybersecurity issue, before I retire, I already pay attention. This is a huge issue. So I assign the people, I invest the money, and send them to the US to understand what that means. So security operating center, especially like I am the board member of TSMC. In that time, I asked our team to transfer the know-how to build the SOC, Security Operation Center, because the data for semiconductor manufacture is so critical. They have to protect their data. So it's really, you need a vision, and it takes time, usually 10 to 20 years to develop those capabilities. So as a leader, you don't value this invisible value, then you never commit for that long time of the resources, especially the talent development. So the competence needs to build. So I remember in 1989, I talked with the government official about the competitiveness of the Taiwan. I talking about the competitiveness, the value over the cost. And the cost, always the purpose, raise the cost is the purpose of the successful. Because raise wage, better environment, shorter working time is always we are looking for. So the only way in 1984, I already argue about to develop the capability of the value creation is the key issue for long-term country competitiveness. The competitiveness is the capability to create the value, especially the future value, the future value, the invisible way. The point is the value usually is depreciation after everyone can do that, have a competence to do that. So you have to develop your new competence to create the new value. This conference is shaping the future together. Actually, it's not the leader is the way to provide the vision, the mission, and try to develop a mechanism. And then everyone work together. And today we are not talking about within one company in the competitiveness of the like a high-tech company in the high-tech industry in Taiwan is an ecosystem. In the world, is all the countries they can work together. But how to build a common interest mechanism is very important. This is what I'm talking about, new Wang Dao philosophy, the new leader way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And Paifen, something that we also have to think about is in cooperation is that government-to-government cooperation, but also something that I've been racking my brain about is how to handle that balance between that government-to-government cooperation with also deeper engagement with local partners, with universities, with the private sector. How do you engage these communities while at the same time prioritizing projects that are strategic and visible by the public in the countries where you're operating?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I don't think they are contradictory. It's not an or, either or question, but rather they are complementary. So government-to-government relationship is always very important. It's fundamental. But in order to have a long-term impact, we need to create a capability network. So I'll give you an example, which is our education program, our scholarship program. So this morning, we hear remarks from my good friend, Ambassador Dongya Francis. He was a Taiwan ICDF scholarship recipient a few years ago, and now and he returned to St. Kitts and Nevis, and now he's back as an ambassador, and he's one of the many very active ambassadors who tour around Taiwan to teach Taiwanese everything about his own country. So I think that's very important, and he's a big asset to both his own country and to Taiwan. And another example, also my great friend, Ambassador Megan, a brilliant and elegant young lady. Hi. She was also a Taiwan ICDF scholarship student a few years ago, and now she returned as an ambassador who always have great ideas. So I think this showcases how our education program works. So it's a cycle. So it starts as a government-to-government project, and then that create a pool of talents that can be an asset to both of our countries. So I think to answer your question, it's really how we can create this cycle. So those talents, those capability network we created can again and in return to create a better network that benefits both Taiwan and our partner countries. So I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's not an either or. And to kind of close this set of questions, I wanted to ask all of our panelists the same question, going deeper into the partnership aspect. A lot of development cooperation talks about partnerships, but not all partnerships are strategic. From your perspective, what makes a multi-stakeholder partnership strategic and useful for partner countries rather than just being about simple coordination? And I'll start with you.
Okay. So I'll try to keep this short and sweet. I think in today's day and age, and especially in the current economic and political environment, no institution, no MDB can solve all problems by themselves. So that is why there's a need for partnerships, and I identify 4 key stakeholders here. On one hand, there are governments. And governments provide direction, they provide accountability. There are local partners who provide ownership, they provide context. There are ODA agencies that contribute grants, TCs, and capacity building. And there are MDBs and financial institutions that bring investment discipline, standards, and mobilization capacity. So I think that only by working together can problems be addressed at the moment. As I've said before, I don't think that any institution can currently solve everything by itself, and that is why these partnerships are so important for all of us, I think.
Thank you so much. Hans?
Yeah, exactly. So complement each other. Right, and go for the competitive advantage of each and any partner or organization. So just maybe as an example, when I was based in Nigeria, and we worked in the TVET sector, and we worked together with ILO, for example. And we were also working on migration, and we worked together with IOM, right? So we are working with multilateral partners, of course, but also with bilateral partners. And I think we look for the advantage of each organization. For example, if we want to go into the topic of digitalization across our sectors, there might be even opportunity to cooperate with you from Estland. So this is what we should do, and we should look into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say, I agree with my previous colleagues here. Definitely, you cannot do it alone. In Estonia, when we do the projects, we definitely need our NGOs, universities, government, private sector especially, to support us doing something. And definitely our other partners from Team Europe initiative, I think that complementing Hans, definitely when we first started with you, it's very good that you asked us to join these projects. Without you, we wouldn't have got the chance and everything because we were quite small, and now we're growing, and we're happy that to share our expertise. And I'm really happy to see that bigger donors are already asking smaller ones to engage, and they see also the expertise that we can give. So definitely partnership, it is important, and the commitment from the recipient country is also that I would like to emphasize and say, working together. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Stan?
To me, I consider partner have two types. One is shareholder. Another one is stakeholder. Shareholder, they put the same things, the money in. It's simple one. They already have a corporate law to protect that. But the stakeholder, every partner, they have a different responsibility connected to their value added to the working together. So the stakeholder, so you need a balance of interest scheme to make sure protect all the stakeholder interests together, and then they can work together, take a different responsibility to develop the better or future value. Thank you.
So from yesterday's meeting, we talked a lot about donor coordination issues. So the development landscape can sometimes be congested and also contested. So I think this is a very good question, like how we form strategic partnership, because we don't want to work in isolation. We want to work in coordination. And furthermore, we want to work more meaningfully toward the same goal. And that's why when you first asked me about Taiwan ICDF's new role as a development collaboration platform, I think it's very important that we join forces with different sectors who came from different backgrounds with different strengths, so we can really respond to the needs of our partner countries. So this is the key to forming a strategic partnership.
Thank you so much for that. And I think as we close, I also I think we'll have some time for a couple of questions. And as we close, I wanted to ask my final question, which is about how the development cooperation landscape is changing. What do you think your organization or your company could do differently to strengthen cooperation with other actors and ensure that financing, innovation, technical assistance, and local capacity work together more effectively?
So I think one of the things that we could do better, and hopefully will do better, is to use concessional funding as smartly as possible, to target it at unlocking new investment. And personally, this is something that I strive to do. When it comes especially to donor money, the question is not, can we use it on this project or can we use it on this project? The question is, can we do the project without it? And if the question is yes, then we shouldn't use it. If the question is no, then we should use it smartly in order to see how we can best help the companies that we work with, and how to unlock new investment, how to risk share better with our partners, and how to ensure that essentially any investment that we make has positive long-term consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Hans.
Well, you ask for the change. So there will be a change, definitely. So with our new government, which actually came in now 1 year ago, it's also more towards like international cooperation. It's more, and this is also new in the interest also of Europe and Germany, of the German industry and the German private sector in the future. So we are one of the 5 partner countries, Indonesia, who has to work or will work the cooperation with the private sector. So there is not really a paradigm shift, but I think we will also much more look in the future into a commitment of governments, commitment of our partners, and also contribution of our partners in the future, as we are under tremendous budget constraints. I said this in the beginning. So I assume there will be also a shift into another direction. Yeah, thank you.
Andrea?
Thank you. I think that what I can say from our point of view is definitely that being a small agency, Estonian, but we can give our expertise, and I think that we, as an agency, we need to give our best niche that we have. For example, we are really good, experienced in digitalization and education. So this is from our point of view that we can support these countries. We don't have, as I mentioned already, we are quite small, only 1.3 million people, and we don't have that much of amount of money that we can distribute. But still, we have the experiences that we can share, and we can focus on that by giving that experience and sharing that information, because not just only building, for example, buildings isn't just aid. Also putting trainings, investing in people is also important. So this is our philosophy, and this is how we support and try to find our niches, how we can operate. Thank you.
Thank you. Stan.
I always using my 5C decision-making approach for deal with future and uncertainty. 5C means communication, 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 and the consensus and the commitment. Actually, the partnership really need to commit themselves on different responsibility together to shape the future. Thank you.
So, what can we do differently? I think we have to, before we start a project, we always have to keep in mind to think ahead. By the end of this project, what are the impact we want to leave to the communities? So we are evolving from being project-based cooperation toward capability-based cooperation. So that's why I stressed a few times in my remarks previously that we want to create a capability network or a capability pool so that the communities can be self-reliant and sustainable. So I think that's something we are changing our mindset, and we are hoping to see the result of this shift.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I think we may have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. If anyone has any questions, please just raise your hand, and I think there's a microphone going around.
Testing. Hi, thanks so much. My name is Phoebe Pham. I'm a visiting research fellow at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the rest of the year. And I previously worked at a think tank in Washington, D.C. for 4 years. My question's targeted to Country Director Hans Ludwig Bruns. You mentioned that GIZ is working to you're working in country with Indonesia, with a lot of ASEAN countries overall, but the German government has also revised their China policy. And while Germany maintains friendly, competitive an environment, it is true that you are in the process of de-risking that supply chain as well as the telecom network. My question for you is, how has that progressed so far? I know the deadline is in 2029. And what challenges have you faced with de-risking telecommunication networks within Asia where there is a high competitive nature from red countries? Thank you.
She's talking about the geopolitics of Germany. If you could repeat just the last part of your question. If you could do it a little louder.
Testing. Sorry, is this better?
Yes.
Awesome. My question to Country Director Bruns is, what steps have been taken so far with risk assessment for transference of China-free supply chains regarding their telecommunications networks?
I hope I can answer this question.
You got into the geopolitics. And
so it's now politics, right? And we are usually not into politics. Yeah, we are also seeing, when it comes to Indonesia, of course, the role of China, right? People's Republic of China, to say. And we are looking also in the topic of like rare earth, for example, for resources, critical resources, yeah. We work, for example, also together with German companies in the car sector. So we are also working in the private sector, and we are supporting them actually to get resources more or less into the production circle according to sustainability and according to the European sustainability goals, right? To the legal setting, and I don't know if this actually answers your question. I'm not quite sure.
I think we got a bit into the geopolitics, and we have our development practitioners, which try to stay at the margins of politics. But of course, I think something that, as development practitioners, we do need to be more aware of is that those geopolitics matter a whole lot in what we do. And I think we've failed to an extent to see the level of risks that our funding faces because of those same issues.
Well, Indonesia is like, if you know or not know, Indonesia is looking also for its chances, of course. They are now BRICS member. Yeah, they are applying for OECD, for example. Yeah, they are G20, so they have and they are the biggest, by far the biggest economy of ASEAN, right, with 280 million people. And so, for them, they look, of course, into they take their chances in whatever they need when it comes to economic growth, for example, right? So, and the government goal is like 8%. Under President Prabowo. This is not to be achieved currently, but this has to do with the volatile situation, or with the situation, of course, with the Iran war, Gaza, Ukraine, and so on and so forth, right? Because they also depend on Russian oil, for example, but also on Iranian oil.
Yeah, I think we could basically start a whole other panel. So before we do that and let you go on time, I wanted to give each of our panelists a last word, last thought, if they had anything else to say or anything else to add. And I'll start with you.
So I think the last thing that I would like to say is that I think it's important to work together. I think that, as I've said earlier, the creation of an ecosystem between different actors moving in the same direction is very important. And I would also like to take the chance to thank Taiwan ICDF for inviting me, for having EBRD here. And it was an honor to serve on this panel with such esteemed panelists and to exchange so many ideas. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Razvan.
Yeah, same here. I agree, absolutely. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm really happy to see different angles from a different situation, because usually the audience is more like the same in all the countries. Yeah, it is like the embassies from the UK, from France, from Germany, from just to name some of them. And I think this is a complete different perspective, and I actually like it. And I think there are so many challenges worldwide, not only when it comes to climate, when it comes to energy or sustainable economic development. I think we need to partner, otherwise it's just not possible to manage this. Again, thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Hansa. Andrea?
Again, digitalization, using microphone. Thank you from my side also. It's been a pleasure to be sitting around here with you. It's been quite impressive talks. Yesterday we had really insightful discussions, and also privately, thank you so much for that. What I would like to say, compliment also that partnerships and cooperation is the key words. Definitely, you shouldn't do everything alone. We should partner, we should listen to each other, find the best expertise that everyone can give, and then also provide it to the others. Find solutions, maybe think a bit outside of the box also, not only like straightforward. And I think that sharing experiences, knowledges is the best way how we can support other that are less developed countries, and finding the common ways. And maybe when we talk about Ukraine, and yesterday we talked also about it, better coordination, like you also said. So I have to say, agree with you, that coordination is also very important. And I think, I think that work together. And how was it like, how was it in Mandarin? Yesterday I said strongly together, or how was it in, I already, yes.
到顶怕扁.
Yes, I'm learning. Forgive me. Next time when I will be here, I will definitely say more words. Sheshe, I have to say thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure talking with you and talking about these important matters. Thank you.
Final thoughts?
Okay. Last month I went to Japan to promote my new One Dao philosophy, the leader's way for 21st century, including a coherent persona of the STEM AI. Not only intelligent, also wisdom, because I'm maybe the oldest in this room, so I have some lesson learned. Okay, so I have a persona to share my experience. If you are interested, I already sent the white paper to Mr. Huang and Alex, so you can ask them to get the copy. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Ben.
Yeah. I know I've repeated this term capability a few times, but I'm gonna mention this for the last time, at least on this panel. So I think to form strategic partnerships with our partners on stage and here, it's very important to form strategic partnerships in order to build the capability to create choices. I know it's not that long, but but every word has its meaning. So to build the capability to create choices is very important for us, and I believe for all of us. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you thought you were leaving, but I've got a message from above that says, please open the floor for questions. So I'm assuming there are some burning questions that I must have missed. So if I don't see any hands, well, I see one back there. Oh, I see one right here, Minister. Let's do the Minister, and then we'll go back.
Hello.
Thank you.
My name is Alan, also a staff in ICDF, but a more newbie one. I haven't stayed here for 30 years. No, not that long, just 1 year and a half, roughly. So thank you for bringing us so much insightful views in the development issues. So here I have a small questions for the CEO from ESTDAV, because we know we are all working in the development agencies, and we are always exploring so many chances. So I wonder your personal view on the development issue. Here is my question: that development challenges today cannot be addressed simply by governments, by government alone. So how can development agencies like us better engage the private sector to move like from only pilot project toward more scalable and also sustainable impact, because we are always trying it. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. It's a good question. By saying from our point of view, as I already mentioned previously also, we cannot work without the private sector. Our e-governance was built together with the private sector. So they are a crucial part of everything that we're doing. So briefly, they are engaged with us. We are working tightly together with the private sector according to legislation that we can do, how we can collaborate with them. Is it through partnership? Is it through tenders? It depends on what kind of type of partnerships we can have with them. I hope I answered to your question. Yeah, okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Juliana. I do have a question for Mr. Albo from EBRD. I realize you've started working on a few projects in Africa, but what we always hear is there's a higher perception of risk in Africa in general. What would be your quick comment on this? What should a country like Eswatini do as we, explore, inviting you to work with us, hopefully through, ICDF from a risk mitigation point of view? The second question I have is for Mr. Stan Shi from ASA. Your company is also into renewable energy to some extent. Is Africa one of the markets that you're looking at, and would you be able to just give us a quick comment of what it would take for your company to invest in renewable energy solutions? Because we want our industrial parks to run on renewable energy exclusively. Thank you.
So to respond to your first question, I would say that the answer lies in de-risking projects. And I think to de-risk projects, there are several things that can be done. One of the things that can be done, and I mentioned this a bit earlier, is smart use of concessional funding. Whether that use means better project preparation, in-depth due diligence prior to deploying the capital to undergo, for example, a large CapEx project. These are instrumental. And I believe that even if the analysis lasts longer, because we are discovering essentially, a new continent. We are there for the first time as of last year. And we are getting used to working with you. But I think that even if it takes a bit longer, ultimately, the projects are anchored in the same transition impact and transition impact qualities that I mentioned at the beginning. So to us, it doesn't make a difference whether the project is done in Europe or in Africa. Ultimately, we generate transition impact here and there. We apply the same concept of better governance, of increased competitiveness, of greener businesses, of higher resilience, of inclusiveness, regardless of the continent or the country that we invest in. And of course, there's also the question of working with local partners. As I've mentioned earlier, we work with local financial institutions across several of our countries of operations, and we de-risk the projects by using risk-sharing frameworks, by providing unfunded and funded guarantees for the local banks to take on projects that they would not otherwise finance by themselves. So I think, I hope that this partially answers your question. I think it's a matter of de-risking projects, and it's a matter of, getting the engine running. And as soon as that happens, I think a lot of good investments and interesting opportunities will arise. Thank you.
Stan, please.
For renewable energy, I participate to some projects. Number one is recycle of the solar cell. After 20 years later, can almost 100% recycle the technology. This company is already operating in Taiwan. Another project is try to bring in the Germany SkyShares airborne wind technology, SkyShare. But unfortunately, the company is Chapter 11 is looking for new investor, right? We are waiting for that. But I organize a team in Taiwan, try to bring in the technology to commercialize and also industrialize that technology. The third one right now is a POC area. We call the hydrogen loop. The technology is the artificial wave then generate the power. But this is still under POC's discussion. Who are going to take a risk to put the money in? So we are in discussion. So this is the direction, but always looking for solution. 0 to 1, still in navigation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we have come to the end of our discussion. Thank you so much for our panelists for sharing your insights. Thank you so much for our audience. And of course, Taiwan ICDF for bringing us all together. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you to all our panelists for your insightful contributions. Please remain on the stage. We're going to take a photo to remember this special moment. And now we would like to welcome Dr. Huang Yunling, Secretary General of Taiwan ICDF, to participate in the photo. So welcome to the stage. Please take a step forward and let's look at the camera in the front. Thank you once again for participating in our panel discussion. Thank you. All right, so please look at the cameras in the front and give us your best smiles. 3, 2, 1. One more. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Please return to your seats. Thank you. So thank you once again to our moderator and panelists for bringing us a splendid and profound discussion. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you. Today's discussion not only reflects a shared vision among global partners in advancing sustainable development, but also reaffirms the importance of innovative cooperation and strong partnerships. We will now proceed to an important segment of this symposium, the joint statement signing ceremony. Building upon the valuable insights generated through the strategic dialogue on global development partnerships and this afternoon's symposium discussions, we have developed this joint statement, which reflects our shared vision and collective commitment to advancing resilience and prosperity through international cooperation. Today, as we celebrate Taiwan ICDF's 30th anniversary, our partners from around the world come together to reaffirm a shared vision to build a more resilient, inclusive, and prosperous future. This joint statement recognizes that development is not measured solely by economic growth, but by people's ability to create opportunities, pursue aspirations, and share their own future. It also affirms that resilience is not only the capacity to withstand challenges, but also the ability to adapt, innovate, recover, and move forward. Guided by the shared principles that capability creates choice, democracy creates resilience, innovation creates opportunity, inclusion creates shared prosperity, cooperation expands possibilities, and resilience secures the future. Participating institutions commit to strengthening partners, promoting digital innovation, and AI-enabled development, advancing democratic resilience and good governance, and expanding cooperation among like-minded partners. Through this call to action, we collectively pledge to build capability, strengthen resilience, expand choices, and create a sustainable future together. We will now invite the signatory representatives to the stage for the signing of the joint statement on investing in resilience and prosperity, digital innovation for a sustainable future. Please follow the staff's guidance to take your positions. Welcome Deputy Secretary Generals Mr. Alex Shi, Mr. Stephen Li, Ms. Peifen Xie. Welcome to the stage. Welcome representative from GIZ. Welcome representative from Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association. Representative from SDEV. Representative from Embassy of Palau. Representative from Embassy of Paraguay. Welcome to the stage. Representative from Embassy of Tuvalu. Representative from Embassy of Belize. Next, please join me in welcoming the representative from Embassy of Guatemala. Welcome to the stage. And also, please join me in welcoming the representative from Embassy of St. Kitts and Nevis. Welcome. Next, please welcome representative from Embassy of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Welcome. Welcome representative from Embassy of St. Lucia. And next, welcome representative from CEPS. Next, please join me in welcoming the representative from Ocean Affairs Council. Representative from FFTP. Welcome to the stage. Representative from CSIS. Representative from Eastern Aid. Welcome. Next, please join me in welcoming representative from Embassy of Eswatini. And representative from STUF. Welcome to the stage. Next, please welcome Ms. Annie Lee, Chairperson of Li Donghui Foundation. Next, please join me in welcoming Mr. Stan Zhi, Chairman of Porima INC. Welcome to the stage. Thank you very much for all of our representatives for joining us on the stage. And next, please join me in welcoming Honorable Minister Menkuba Kumalo of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Welcome to the stage. Welcome Dr. Huang Yuling, Secretary General of Taiwan ICDF. And welcome Mr. Chen Mingqi, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of China, Taiwan. Welcome to the stage. All right, next, may we invite the photographers to come to the front of the stage to capture this historic and significant moment. Through this ceremony, we not only witness the formal launch of this joint statement, but also reaffirm our shared commitment to advancing a more resilient, inclusive, and prosperous future through digital innovation, partnership, and sustainable action. So after the countdown of 3, 2, 1, we kindly invite all distinguished guests to place your hands on the illuminated sphere, symbolizing our shared commitment. After the countdown, to collect consensus, and global partnerships in launching this joint statement together. We also kindly ask all signing representatives to look toward the cameras and keep your hands on the illuminated sphere until the ceremony and photo session are completed. As we witness this symbolic moment of global partnerships and collaboration together, may I ask if all signing representatives are ready? Ready. All right. So now let's count down together. Officially begin the ceremony. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations! A new chapter of cooperation is now officially launched. We kindly invite all signing representatives to keep your hands on the illuminated sphere and join us for a commemorative photo with the joint statement displayed on the screen behind you. So please look at the cameras in the front as we capture this memorable moment together. 3, 2, 1. All right, a big smile for the camera again. All right, so please remain your smile for about 5 seconds for us. 1, 2, 3. All right, one more photo. 都捕捉到画面吗？谢谢。Thank you to all distinguished guests for your participation. And with this, the joint statement signing ceremony is now completed. We kindly invite all signing representatives to return to your seats. Thank you. The ceremony symbolizes Taiwan ICDF and its global partners embarking on a new chapter of cooperation for the next 30 years, while reaffirming our shared commitment to investing in resilience and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to celebrate the official launch of the joint statement, Investing in Resilience and Prosperity, Digital Innovation for a Sustainable Future. Congratulations. Distinguished guests, the International Symposium on Taiwan ICDF at 30 with Shared Prosperity, Global Cooperation, Development, and Innovation is now drawing to a close. Today, we have reflected on 30 years of cooperation by the Taiwan ICDF, and through 2 panel discussions and the joint statement, we have collectively outlined new directions for global development cooperation in the future. In the face of a rapidly changing international environment, we firmly believe that only by continuously strengthening partnerships and promoting innovative collaboration can we build a more resilient, inclusive, and prosperous future together. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with all of you and achieving even more fruitful outcomes in the future. Thank you once again for joining today's event. If you need parking validation, please obtain the parking validation QR code from the registration desk before leaving. Simply scan the QR code and enter your vehicle license plate number to complete the validation process. There is no need to use the payment machine when you exit. Please return the interpretation headset to the rental counter and collect your identification card. Also, remember to take your personal belongings with you when you leave. We wish you a wonderful evening. Thank you.